Okie dokie. Alrighty. I'm just gonna turn on the music on my side. It's like destroying my ears right now. Hello everyone. Did I yoink that graphic from YouTube? No, I did not. It's actually from an artist called Bizbizwas. Can you guys hear me pretty good? My it seems like it's working pretty good. Yeah, new mic. Now you guys can actually hear me for real. I'm still playing around a little bit with everything. It seems to be capturing some of the sound too. How's the sound though? Can you guys hear me pretty well? I want to get this set up before I talk to him. I sound divine. Thanks. I told you, dewdrop, summer vibes. Yeah, so I have a bit of a noise gate. My dog, I got these foamies. It sounds like the mic is backwards. Does it? It's possible. Does that sound better? I don't know what sounding backwards sounds like, but much better. Ooh, okay. Nice. Show the mic? Okay. It's a Yeti. Thanks, Saints Cheese. That's so nice of you. There's the mic. You can see my dog's little Sharky toy on the ground over there as well. Very fancy. It's a silver Yeti. Very fancy. Very happy with it. Okay, so if you guys are wondering what I'm going to be doing today, I will pause the music while I'm talking to other people. I might turn it down even more, though. It's pretty loud. Okay. Yeah, the sound dampening foam was purchased, and then my dog found the bag, and she has hidden it somewhere. She likes to sometimes bury things and hide them, so I don't actually know where it went. 8 out of 10. Putting your cup down is too loud. Okay, that means I'll need like a coaster. Sounds good. I'll do this for now. Is that better? If I go like this? Softer? Because what I can also do is turn down the volume of the Yeti so that I'm not assaulting your ears. Or turn the gain down. Okay, so if I turn the gain down, that should fix it a little bit. Try writing something with my keyboard. Good point. Okay, let's see. Hi, friends. Apparently there's a song called Hi Friend by Dead Mouse. How is that? It's when I bump my desk. Yeah. How does my desk survive the table slams? I'm not even slamming it hard at all. It's just obviously like I maybe need to put even a bit of a dampener underneath the mic so that it's not picking up as much. Keyboard is good. Nice. Is the mic on stereo? Make it so only picks noise from the front. Yeah, I've been turning down the gain, but the gain's like as low as it goes. So not quite actually. I can turn it down a bit more just to reduce how much you guys are getting. Let me just do a couple more things. I'm just going to compress this so that we're getting a bit of a better sound quality. Okay. Maybe put something soft under your mic to stop the vibration. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything here. I'm trying to think. I guess I could use... Thanks for the subscription, guys. I guess... Right now, all I have is like, I guess I could get like socks. I could go find socks. Maybe I should go find, one second, let me go find a sock to put under my mic. Not over my mic, don't worry, I'm not stupid. Okie dokie. So I got socks. A sock over the mic is cool too. I'm not gonna do over the mic. I'm gonna do under the mic just to soften some of the noise. And I'll try not to slam it so I don't like assault your guys' ears. How's that? Switch on the Yeti, make it so it's not stereo. I don't really know what you mean by that. Now slam the desk. I've literally never slammed the desk, just so that that's clear. Okay. It was a pretty big jump still. Chordoid, the heart-shaped icon. Okay. Better. Nice. Socks for the win. Okay. There we go. Now I've got everything. All I need is the foamies, and then we're like super golden. You guys will have to yell at me though if I do like random like claps or something and it like assaults your ears again, because it's a learning process, truly. Okay, so what are we doing today? The mic didn't come with socks. I ordered them, and then my dog stole them and buried them. Thanks. Thanks for telling me my voice sounds... I told you that my mic was not actually giving an accurate representation of my voice. It was very robot-y before. Yeah. So, they should sell mics with little boots. Yeah, little raindrop booties. Like a micro pig. It would be very cute. Okay. So I'm going to give Bryce a call right away here. We're going to be chatting. He prepped a bunch of really interesting topics. So hopefully you guys will find that enjoyable. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like a big violent debate if that's what you're like hoping for. It's pretty nice, so. Hello? He's not answering me. PrimeCayes debate panels are kind of chaotic. They are. They are. I've actually done a private already. I've done one Prime private, Welcome Wicked Supreme. And I've done 2 of his open panels. So, yeah. Oh. Do we? Hello. Your camera, it won't load unless you have like the OBS virtual camera. Do you have the OBS virtual camera? Sure. No worries. I'll just keep entertaining people. A fight, yeah. Trying to think of what I can talk to you guys about. So yeah, today we're going to be talking about the convoy mostly. There are other topics for the debate. It's about North Carolina has who are we fighting? Bryslive. I don't know if it's going to be much of a fight though. Yeah, so it's going to be boring, like productive conversation, which I know is just the bane of Twitch's existence. But what's the debate later about? So the Canadian convoy, and also I guess in North Carolina they are doing this thing where they are like I'll just pull up the question from Prime. He worded it much better than I can. It's something I'm not familiar with at all. North Carolina Supreme Court is ordering redrawing of the congressional map. And it's the 3rd state that has been ordered to actually redraw its line. So that's what the second topic's about. To be honest, I don't know much about it. So I'll probably not be as strong on that one. But yeah. Am I going to play a game? No. Probably not. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do have a cowboy hat. I live in Alberta, so do you guys want to see my cowboy hat? I'm real. I'm the real deal. See? Real deal. I actually have a hat. I've worn it a lot, actually. And mine is bamboo. It's not leather. Which, leather is like what's in style for cowboys, but leather is dyed, and when it gets rained on, the dye like runs down your face. Whereas bamboo, it smells super good because it's like bamboo. And then when it gets soaking wet, it's really water resistant, so it usually doesn't. And then when it does drip through, you just get like delicious bamboo smelling hair. So it's like the best. This thing is really old and very dirty. I've worn it a lot through like actual ranching. Doesn't rain go through the hat? Not really. There's these 3 holes on the side that sometimes rain goes through. That's for breathing, so your head can breathe in the summer. But overall, I really, really like the bamboo hats because they're really heat wicking. Unlike leather. Leather is just the worst. I don't really know why people get leather hats other than like fashion. But yeah, bamboo, if you're actually like looking for cowboy hats, if you're ever working at a ranch. Can I hear you say against the new mic? No. I'm chatting with chat too. But go ahead. You can. Do you have cowboy hats? Many cowboy hats? Oh. You probably have really big. Do you have like those big? I don't know what the pants are called. The like big waterproof trousers you wear for like fly fishing and stuff. You don't have them? Waders. That's what it is. You can't hear Bryce? Like at all you can't hear Bryce? Oh, that's because I turned down my audio capture. So I'm just talking to no one. Try again.
Okay. Hi. Hello.
Can you guys hear Bryce now? Is it pretty good?
Test. Yo. So wait, it should... It's so strange that...
Perfect.
Try something here. One sec.
No worries. Do your thing. Trying to see if there's anything else I need to do for today. Okay. You're good to go?
Yeah. I don't know if you want to like have... Do you want me to be in Discord on video so you can like capture it, or you just want to just like have a back and forth between our two streams?
Yeah, we can just chat. If you want to go on Discord, we can do that
Oh,
too.
okay.
But
No.
whatever you prefer.
Yeah, no, that's... No, that's fine. That actually works out for me. So, okay, yeah. So basically, I was really interested after I heard you talk a few times. I was really interested to have a conversation with you because some of the things that I've been picking away at in my own head were things like epistemic responsibility and things that people can do on a regular basis that you don't really see people do. And I feel like there's a whole host of things they could talk about, as you probably saw in that document, like heuristics that people... Like, sorry, everybody uses heuristics, so we can talk about that stuff. And I feel like just the general conversation can be a net benefit because something that we see in all these like panels and stuff, and if we teach people the different methods and techniques, and maybe we'll like argue about some things in some respect, but I have a feeling it's more going to be expanding on the ideas and like relating it and connecting it to Twitch and like imparting some wisdom on people that are watching and so on.
Yeah. So it's interesting. There's I'm trying to pull up their names. So there's a couple of really interesting theorists and like writers who talk about, specifically they talk about, basically they have this idea of like inoculating the mind, and they kind of talk about how like we need to actually be training people to think well, so that they training people to essentially have not just good ideas, but to also be inoculated essentially against bad ideas. And how do we kind of teach this? And they call this, I think they call it cognitive immunology, which is a bit of a confusing word because it sounds very biological, but it's actually a very like cognitive form of research that basically explores like, are there ways to basically like give foundational ideas that will naturally inoculate you from becoming too extreme on either side, or to like tell which ideas are bad ideas and kind of trend away from them.
Yeah, and that ties into... It's a really interesting thing in terms of the cognitive side of things, because for me that ties into a lot of the stuff that like philosophy tries to impart. When you look at curriculum in a lot of intro stuff, they more or less don't really try to teach you about principles, but have the end goal of getting you to actually think critically and to think in a different way than when you came into the course. And I think that's why I link like the idea of like a philosopher's toolkit, because for me, you can have like an end goal and have a process of getting there, right? It can be something...
Attention.
I saw you talking about so to kind of go back to
I needed
in terms of school and education. I saw you talk once briefly about like changing up education curriculum, and I think that could be a really good first step, because I looked into some of the philosophy behind it. Like there's this thing called perennialism, where there are some like great works and great ideas that persist throughout time, and I feel like this is relevant to the idea of like inoculating people for against bad information, and like teaching them like the correct kind of toolkit, such that when they come across people talking about like sexual assault on Twitch panels, they can sift through the ideas and bad ideas and identify like when somebody is making sorry, excuse me, when somebody's making like an empathetic appeal, which is completely reasonable and understandable. But at the same time, you can still like look at somebody like what Destiny was saying, like and see that there's still like objectively good arguments and like underlying ideas. And um, I think to what you said, so I think feel like there's a few different directions that we can go in the conversation. Like update and renovation of curriculum to include more philosophy or like a greater inclusion of this like perennialist idea, or like include in curriculum and even like Twitch panels. I'm curious about how we could like integrate this idea of like the game of like identifying fake news and like basically not like training, but yeah, like training people to like go through the process of like identifying it. And yeah, the toolkit direction, because there's a lot of really interesting stuff that has been written about either of those things. So with that said, I'll let you pick like which of the three are you interested in the going towards, and like school curriculum, the toolkit, or like how can we create like some kind of game or like training method that can be used on by like streamers or otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, the toolkit's tricky because if there's no buy, like you can design something, and if there's no buy-in or interest, then people won't use it anyways. I think I really like talking about heuristics because I think they're like really practically useful to understand, and they give
Yes.
debate bro people even more fun words to throw at people for like engaging and
Yeah.
like being like, this is kind of a fallacy. But I think a lot of people actually don't know what common heuristics are, because I hear a lot of people talk about things about being like stereotypes and all these things, and a lot of people don't realize that things like stereotypes, certain judgments, and like fast evaluations we make are fundamentally rooted in a heuristic. And a lot of times what happens is we really try to vilify heuristics, and I actually think it's really important to understand that like a heuristic isn't villainous in and of itself. It's A, what you do with it, and B, part of like working and growing as an individual is recognizing what your heuristics are and knowing when those are valuable and when those should actually be disregarded, because heuristics can have a purpose. They're fundamentally like evolved into us for a reason, which means that they're not all inherently bad. They're just a tool, and we need to know when the tool is appropriate or inappropriate.
Yeah, that's one thing that immediately struck me when I learned about this in the course like last year. I was kind of like one of those aha moments where it's something that I've thought about previously, but this is delineating in such a way that it's like it adds even more than I originally thought. In the sense that like to give everybody an idea, like heuristics are literally one of like the main ways that humans solve problems. Right? We have different ways of like going about it. Like we have trial and error, where we try something until it works, or like we keep making mistakes until we figure out the way to do it. And there's like algorithm, which is like some kind of like procedural way, or like like the manual of doing something. And then there's heuristics, like you were talking about, which I think are of all of those three are the most interesting one, because there's so many like when I look into it even further than what I knew, I was like, holy shit, like there's so many more than you are even like taught about. And yeah, I agree with you 100%, because I think it's way more interesting than like fallacies or something like this, because you can identify when somebody's making like an argument from a heuristic, or like they're coming to a conclusion through like some kind of heuristic, and it's not necessarily a rational process, right? Like they're not coming to that conclusion through like the slower rational process, because one of the things that I noticed was heuristics are about like time saving, like a time saving mechanism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And yeah, so when you have this like unconscious impulse that you just like to um in my document, I wrote like there's a couple of like really key ones that we were talked about, and when I learned about this, is like anchoring, confirmation, hindsight, representative,
There's
and like
only one
availability.
type of eel. Okay.
And there's also like problems with regards to like the problem solving. So yeah, I think you're on to something that I was also like thinking about in the same vein. How do we communicate these in a really concise way? Because I could ramble like a really verbose amount of time, or like sorry, I could ramble like in a really verbose way about like all of the heuristics and all this. But how do you like
How do I like educate
how do
on
you
it typically?
like how do you tell somebody like, all right, or like what is the concise, like simple way of like delivering like the 1-2 punch of like getting them to actually to realize that every human uses a heuristic?
Yeah. So usually I kind of outline like heuristics are like, so typically a lot of people don't, have you ever heard of the word schema?
Schema, yeah, like schema, concepts, and prototypes,
Yeah, so
like that
schemas are
stuff. Yeah.
basically like mental structures that people use to understand the world. And so to understand heuristics, you have to understand to some extent what schemas are and what they do. There are actually like neurological disorders that really damage schemas. And scripts and actually affect people with their ability to basically like know how to navigate life. So, for example, one type of schema might be when you walk into a room and you sit down in a classroom, and you know that when you sit down in a classroom, you should be quiet. You should probably pull out the work that you want to work on, and you know, don't kick chairs over. Like this, the script that is there of how to be in a classroom is essentially like a schema. It's this mental organization, and it's a script essentially of these are the rules that we occupy within the classroom, and this is how we act and engage. And all of these processes are typically going on very non-consciously. And I think it's really important to understand schemas because schemas are deeply non-conscious. They can be pulled into the consciousness, right? If I say, when you think of a tree, what do you think of, right? And the things you might start
Right.
to list are examples of how your schema spreads, right? You're going to think of plant. You might think of coniferous, right? You might think of deciduous. You might think of leaves. You might think of green, things like that. And these are all part of your schema of what is a tree. And the reality is that our brain organizes these things quickly and by patterns because it helps us navigate the world. Schema development is a critical part of development. Hi, I'm streaming.
Hi.
Hi, thanks. And so I think it's really important that people understand that like a lot of the things that happen in your brain are non-conscious. And so when you have like some snap judgment about something, a lot of people want to just like get on top of you, they get really upset about that, but we don't recognize that there are schemas that are informing us, right? So if say somebody has not just a stereotypical view of maybe a race, but they have an actual racist view, the way that you actually address that is in part getting their schema looked at and changing what is actually organized into their schema so that they can have different automatic thoughts in response to things.
Yeah, so to relate it to some of the recent like Twitch meta, like you look at like the sexual assault stuff. Like I think that this is a really, or even like the convoy or some of the other stuff that's been happening in the Twitch sphere. I think that I think you touched on something really really great right there. Is that like get the process of in some way illuminating our own schema and the ways that we link ideas or like categorize ideas, and then from there like it gives you like a really good starting point to identify like how are people immediately jumping to this like empathetic response instead of evaluating something in more a slower, like colder cognition kind of way. So I think I don't doubt that you would probably have like a different take on how we could like relate this and connect this. 'Cause I think the drama that you see take place and unfold on Twitch is probably a good place to make the information like meaningful for everybody that's watching or like viewing it or watching your VOD, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I think like schemas and heuristics are really important when it comes to something like prejudice, first and foremost. So when I educate people on heuristics, one of the first ones I do is talking about representativeness heuristic, which is kind of creating categories of people. And so these are things that we use to make snap judgments about other individuals, right? This is why, and from these types of heuristics, we can actually get not just stereotyping, but also prejudice and full-on like racial bias. And so we have to understand that the organization of the schema isn't necessarily the problem. The problem is that when you don't challenge schemas and you don't introduce new information to it, right? And so, for example, you might decide whether a person is a criminal or not. And if you're a cop, and your exposure to most criminals is dominantly one type of race, maybe because you're working a beat that is dominantly an immigrant group. This is going to make it very, very difficult to not have a prejudicial schema to some extent, because the major exposures that you're having, particularly if this is a racial group that you're not part of and you're not regularly exposed to in any other areas. So say Say you've got a very traditional white cop, and he's assigned a beat that puts him in maybe a dominantly Somalian immigrant population within a neighborhood, right? And so then most of the crime that he comes across, most of the violence he comes across, most of the most horrible interactions he has with his day-to-day job, is more likely to be Somalian because that's the beat that he's working on, not because Somalians are doing more crime than the other. What's going to happen is his representative heuristic is going to cause him so that every time he sees a Somalian male, because it's mostly men who do crime as well, he's going to make a snap judgment. He's going to check him out more. He's going to be like, oh, it's a Somalian male. Is he doing crime? And this is where prejudice comes in, right? This is where we go from a schema that's now become a problematic heuristic. And so what we have to do is we have to figure out how to look at these things and actually educate. I actually think like heuristic training is fundamental for anyone who's a first responder, particularly if you're a first responder who works with a lot of criminal populations, because those are the people who are most at risk for developing some of the most toxic and problematic schemas and heuristics about a person.
Oh, that's really interesting. I think it's an interesting notion to think of what fields would benefit most from something like heuristic awareness and even like developing some kind of philosopher's toolkit. Because I think the heuristics part is like one of probably like 20, or I'm just drawing that number out of my ass, but like one of a bunch of ideas or things that we can teach people that can improve their cognition, like generally, like, or like thinking well. Like I liked your little image that you drew. Like I thought that was great. Like MS Paint efforts. You know, and I think like what fields like first responders absolutely would benefit from like becoming aware of like heuristics in the people that they are like exactly what you're saying. I 100% agree. I think whether or not it's realistic to expect it and to really like reform, so not only just education but you know, professional fields, so that there's like some kind of like thinking well class, because you also want to do it in like a way that doesn't insult people, because even though we're all really dumb, if you imply that we're all really dumb, people will take it personally and be offended, and they'll like shut down and like remove themselves from the progress. But to give you an idea on like the education stuff, because I don't want to get like too far away from the I think the professional fields and the using like becoming aware of heuristics is really good. In I took IB. Are you familiar with IB? Way back in the day when I took it.
Is that an acronym?
Yeah, International Baccalaureate, the kind of like education
Nope.
like structure. Okay,
Oh,
so it's like
like advanced. Yes, I was
yeah,
in
it's like
like a
AP.
semi-private school where everything was IB, so it was
Ah,
very annoying. So we didn't call it IB
yeah.
because everything was IB.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I feel like that's still a really good system, because we have theory of knowledge as like a required course, right? So I feel like there's a huge benefit to having some kind of structure like this in professional fields, and like where you're forward facing, probably like interacting with people. That's probably the good criteria, is like what professional occupations are you forward facing and you're on a regular basis socializing or interacting with people, and like education as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what could you synthesize that more? What's the specific like question that
Sorry.
you think is
Okay.
from there?
Well, so I don't really so much. I don't have so much a question. I guess what I could do is follow up with a question. So when you have the ideas of like the mental sets, which is in like functional fixedness, and like all these like decision biases and like confirmation bias and like cognitive, like actual like specific cognitive biases, what? Hmm. So let's like to relate it to Twitch, right? Like how because this is going to be really boring in a lot of ways, right? Like to me, this is really interesting and it's great to talk to you. And I think it's still like I have a different kind of appeal on my content, and people like to listen to this kind of stuff because they check it on the background. They do it almost like that twin body or dual body problem or whatever. Not problem, but uh, productivity thing.
Yeah.
So how do you like? It's probably not a question you can answer right now, but I almost thinking like maybe in ways of like the like GTA 5 like role playing, or like some like gaming kind of content, have some kind of like meta where there's like educational content like baked into it, and that way people get their like entertainment, they get the kind of like blood sports, because like you can probably tell from like the amount of like viewerships and support that people give, right? Typically, they really thrive off of conflict and almost like the reality TV kind of content conflict. So it's almost like I feel I have a tiny bit of optimism that you can find some kind of way to create that kind of content and sneak in some of these ideas about like heuristics. And we can go back to more like about heuristics. 'Cause I think it's hugely interesting and like more about like what kind of methods that people can use on like an everyday basis, so like people can like go back to this VOD and like like watch and like listen. But yeah, I feel like my crazy idea was there was not crazy, it's not crazy at all. So there was that thing in the document that I sent you where there's a specific game called Bad News.
Mm.
And Bad News is like this kind of video game where it trains people to identify um, what the bad news is through a game. I think it's like a mobile phone game or something. And I'm just thinking, like, what if there was some kind of content like baked into all the other content that we already have? Like, I wonder, do you think that might actually be like effective? Like, do you think
I
it
th-
would like actually result in even like a small percentage of people using the info or techniques?
it's hard to say. Thanks, Avarin, by the way, for the tip and the sub. It's hard to say because, like I said, anything that you're trying to make to like what here's the thing that I think professionals get wrong is they have a lot of really good ideas and they don't actually know how to effectively like give them to the public. So for example, I was hired by a company to do a social media campaign promoting certain mental health topics, talking about mental health education, but they had a certain list of restrictions about how they wanted certain content to appear, which is totally fine. A business can have that. The problem is that I wouldn't say that our content has done very well, even though I'm still the face of it. I'm still sharing basically my like empirical positions on things, but I'm delivering it in a way that is very traditional academic, which is like we're obsessed with professionalism to like probably an arbitrary degree, and we're fucking boring. Like that's the issue, is like we're just so boring, you know. And so it's really interesting that like my private social media is taken off and I'm doing exactly what I was hired to do by this company, but the difference is that I've kind of done away with certain professionalism and certain things that I think are just like lame and I don't care about, right? Like
Right.
swearing and stuff like that, because I think a lot of professionals are just so consumed with professionalism and like certain optics that they've actually lost what people care about. I think another really important thing for people, can we swear here? You can always swear here. Another thing that
Oh
I
yeah.
think is really important for, I think, especially professionals, academics, it's something I bring up a lot with other psychologists, which is the importance of narrative and story. Because narrative and story is always going to compel people more than just like didactic, straight information, right? Which is why a video game venue might be really cool if you can make the video game fun. The problem is that lots of educational video games are boring, right? And so you have to
Right.
create this story where this emergent idea comes out, that has essentially this like meta narrative of the value that you're trying to teach people, right? So, and it's hard, like, how do you write a narrative about Bayesian thinking, like, which is essentially what we're
Yeah.
talking about, right? Is proper Bayesian thinking, right? So I
Yeah.
can recommend people like Julia Graf is great to listen to. Somebody in the comments already mentioned it, but there's a book called what's it called? Based in mental inoculation, something like that. Mental immunity, which I think are like
Oh
really cool books. I think they'd be right up your alley. You should definitely check them out. I'm gonna order the book once I
yeah.
have money. Mental immunity, yeah. I think it's by Andrew Garson. I pulled him up here.
Yeah.
And Andy
Absolutely.
Norman.
Sorry. Go.
But I think the issue is like, how do you make this appealing to people? Part of it is you need people to be at the front of this like movement, that are interesting, that are charismatic, that can speak well. And the thing is like, you want to teach people to have good ideas, but you want them to teach them how to have these good ideas in a way that's interesting and going to appeal to them. And you have to be really, really careful, because a lot of times, especially academic stuff that they're putting out, academics almost always have a pretty strong lean left. And
Yep.
what that's going to do is it's going to turn off anyone who is right leaning. And the reality is that we need to be careful, and we shouldn't be saying things like, because it's left, it's right, and because it's right, it's bad, right? I think that's a really
Correct.
stupid, that's an
Yeah, it's
obvious
like a
heuristic
categorical mistake.
fallacy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so the issue is that, like, there's actually this really interesting study that Julia Graf puts that shows, which is basically like the more scientifically educated people become, the more firm and intense and staunch they become in their beliefs that are still fundamentally rooted in their political leaning. And so, any say a video game came out like that, I'd be immediately concerned of being like, how is the actual creators doing their best to essentially offset groupthink and making sure that we're not leaning one way or the other? Because we don't want to tell people right is a certain political leaning, because I think that that's untrue, right? Because any political leaning can have bad ideas or good ideas within it.
Yeah. So a couple of things that you said, I think it's really important to identify that you can develop these skills, like awareness of heuristics, because that's really the main thing. I don't know that you can really deploy like a panacea, like there's not gonna this panacea or whatever, but like something that's like a cure-all, right? I don't think you're gonna really have one size answers all kind of or sorry, like one thing fixes all kind of application with heuristic. I think if you can simply make people aware of it and really educate people that it's okay, because one thing that really I thought of with this line of thinking was there's a paper by W.K. Clifford, one of my favorite papers. I talk about this paper like all the time, Ethics of Belief. And in it, there's an example where there's a situation, like kind of like a thought experiment, where it plays out that there's some situation where somebody is either like wrong or right, and I think what you see happen a lot. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So W.K. Clifford, he wrote this Ethics of Belief paper where a key thing about him is that it's is wrong always, everywhere, and for anyone to ignore evidence that is relevant to his beliefs or dismiss relevant evidence in a facile way. That's the updated one. The original one is like it is wrong always, everywhere, all the time to believe something on insufficient evidence, and so he was like somebody that proposed like this idea of like evidentialism, where you needed like some kind of like evidence to actually hold a belief, like either morally or epistemically. Um, so there and that people had like this like epistemic or that is like obligation in almost like a moral sense to pursue evidence and like pursue withholding belief until you have evidence, and use this example that like if you acquired a belief and you like specifically like nourished it, you fostered it, and like you tried to improve it or hone it, but if you didn't have the quote unquote like right to believe it because you didn't have the evidence, then you'd have the like you would have done a wrong thing, like no matter like what it was.
Right.
And even though there are problems with that, because I feel like the other side of it, there's this guy William James. I think the entire exchange is brilliant, but there's obviously problems with that. But I do think that like the core point that he was making there, that there's like we have to there's an obligation to engage in this like journey towards like objective knowledge, plays into like teaching people to be like aware of heuristics and aware of things that will like impede, because the brain's self-interest in being time saving and like like being reductive and like simplifying, because there's like that simplifying heuristic, right? Like we can look at really really complex problems and then try to reduce it to something in like a really more simplified way for us to be able to understand it, like parse it. But so if we can like be aware of these things, because I feel like in some respects him and James both were talking indirectly about heuristics, and um, I think this is such an important, like it doesn't really get talked about much. Like I think it's so important because we have like there are the obvious example from Clifford is that there's like the ship example, but I don't want to like start like reading back philosophy papers, even like paraphrasing it, because I imagine like the length of time that I'm talking right now is probably like making people like look around like shit, like should I actually be listening to this stream, like you know what I mean, but so I think it's crucial just to be like self-aware of the heuristics, because I do agree that there is some kind of um moral obligation in that respect. But I do wonder constantly about what are the most relevant tools to teach people. And the ones that come to mind are like you hear all the time, like when you look at these panels, right? When you see like Destiny talking about all these things, like it seems like Destiny does it all the time. You have this like intuition pump, right? That's what they call it in like the debate world. Is that there's this intuition pump, and you use like basically like metaphors and analogies to try to appeal to people's intuition.
Right.
And I feel like if people were more aware of like what an intuition pump was, for example, they would understand that like when somebody's making a metaphor and analogy, that this is like an argument structure, like an argument thing, not like um, just some willy-nilly like metaphor or analogy.
Right. Yeah.
Um, Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, certain skills that I think people should be trained in. I mean, fundamentally, I think like this style of thinking needs to be taught in school. The problem is that, I hate public education. Not because I'm anti-public education, but because I think our public education system is just like an absolute joke at this point. But you know, ideally, if you want to be like training an entire populace to think with certain thought protective things, you would need to do that in education. That's the I should probably get Bryslive's cam on this stream. Sure, I can probably get his cam.
Yeah, yeah, I can do that.
Boop, boop, boop.
Hang on, I just need to.
Yeah, I just have to transfer over now on OBS.
Yeah, that is a-okay.
Gotta make sure my everything is set up. Da, da, da. Okay. Are you on cam? I don't think you are yet.
Not just one. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's loading. Wait. I think I need to deactivate.
I also think when we're talking about this, because I want to be as practical as possible, I find we're probably both very guilty of this, but you speak very esoterically. Can I encourage you to speak in like the most like simple language possible, just so that people can like understand what's being spoken about? Because I think that's a problem with lots of education, especially when it comes to like things like Bayesian thinking and whatnot, is that when you get highly esoteric, the people who could most potentially benefit from these types of ideas get lost in like just big long words, basically.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is a fair comment. I will do my best to avoid any needless like philosophical or esoteric words. I think
Me too.
All right. So what I'm also thinking of is like plays into the toolkit idea. I found this book. It's by this guy. Two people. I'm not too sure if they're guys or girls. Begini and Fossil. I think it's like literally called the Philosophy Toolkit, printed in 2010. And there's different chapters on like self-assessment, a basic toolkit, more like advanced ideas about like what kind of basic foundational thinking do you want to establish when you're talking about things, because you do want to talk about like foundational ideas that we can all agree on, because semantics is something you can spend hours arguing with somebody and in like this like tug of war until somebody finally like capitulates that like, okay, this is the version of the word that we can use. So you have things like just the practice of like critical listening. And I feel like the recent stuff that's happened on Twitch is a really good example of critical listening.
Holy shit, that was really frustrating listening. I don't know if you're thinking of the Prime debate with Destiny and
yes,
it was really frustrating to listen to. Thanks. Because the entire time you could just tell that people weren't listening. Like, it felt like they kept going back to them being like, yeah, but Destiny, rape is bad. And it's like, no one is like, everyone's agreeing with that point. And it's like, it just felt like it kept coming back around to there, which was really frustrating. I think, like, to be honest, like, Katie, even though, like, she had probably the most, like, staunchly opposed position, she was also the one, like, doing her best to most try to engage with his ideas, which was really, really frustrating to watch. And I think it happens a lot where, like, people just like spin around because they're fighting about semantics, and then they start fighting about like these core ideas, and yeah, they definitely don't listen. I think in large part because when people are debating, particularly on Twitch, but everywhere, they like want to win. So they're not really listening because they're trying to just figure out an angle to get them, you know, and they use a heuristic to quickly slap, this is what, let's use the Destiny the panel on Primes the other day. This is what Destiny is saying. And it's a pretty blunt heuristic that mostly kind of slapped him with like traditional stereotypical like almost MRA positions, which is not at all what his position was. And then they started attacking that, which is like philosophy bros would call that, like they started attacking a straw man. And the entire time he's trying to be like, this isn't my position. And I don't know how to address that other than like potentially even like tactical empathy, where you kind of be like, hey, like having kind of that like meta conversation, which I know is like a critique that like Destiny's had of Mr. Girl and stuff like that, and different people. But I really like meta conversations because I think that they can actually, I probably like it because it's somewhat based in my style of group therapy that I like to offer, which is called existential group therapy, where it's very focused on the here and now. And so there's lots of meta conversations being like, how are you feeling right now about what's going on in the conversation? And I feel like that's actually a really effective way, because so often what happens when these heuristics are popping up more and more is because people often rely on them more when they're getting more emotional, because the more emotional you get, the less like rational and like kind of prefrontal you are in your thinking, which isn't actually bad. Like emotional thinking isn't necessarily bad because they often direct you in the direction of what you feel is true and right. But they lose the ability to then like engage properly with the actual content.
Yeah, what I learned when we talked about cognition in general is that it seems like emotion always plays a role in our like just general cognition, and I think it is absolutely true that we shouldn't ever try to be like robots and either like discard emotion or cut emotion out or anything like caustic like that. I think it's just a matter of because the analogy that I use like on my stream like repeatedly is that like getting in this habit of like when you're going to be some opinionated about something or try to argue with somebody or win a debate or even be like public speaker, in the points that you're going to verbalize and say in front of a crowd or whatever, uh, have like a smell of your armpit mentally, right? Like check to see if your shit stinks, right? Because if you can like challenge yourself to like question yourself and go through like counterfactuals, just literally just see if your shit stinks, right? And I think this is something that we can impart on even like the most like lay people. Like, I shouldn't say lay people; it's kind of condescending. Like everyday people, like people that may not
Dirty
necessarily
plebs.
do philosophy.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, it's like
Sorry, I don't know. Can you hear me, or are you listening to the stream? I'm just trying to see what level of delay we might have.
no delay. I'm listening to just you.
Okay, perfect. Just sometimes when people talk, they listen to the stream, and then there's delay.
Yeah, I thought you might have just started talking, so I didn't want to like. I'm trying to be respectful and mindful, so I didn't want to interrupt or anything. If you wanted to like interject real quick.
Yeah, I think like kind of what you're talking about of like all this stuff is when we make space for like that meta conversation, the reality is like so many of these debates break down because we're using heuristics to make certain assumptions, not just heuristics, but heuristics and like schemas that are informed in large parts potentially by like trauma and distress, right? So you've got somebody who's been Twitch debating a lot, maybe they've been like kind of put through the ringer, and now they have a lot of distress about certain topics. They're going to start applying more and more of these quick heuristics, and they're going to engage less and less. And I find that like meta conversation, or even just what you did there, being like, oh, just like I'm doing this just because of this, like explaining your intentions, it's really important, especially if you like notice a shift in the tone of the other person. And like the issue is that like a lot of people would say like, well, this is really, really tactical. And it's like, yeah, but if your goal of the debate and conversation is to like shift perspectives and to like flesh out a topic more and have a more nuanced conversation, you can only do that if like both parties are operating within the same emotional landscape. And it's like this thing that I think a lot of people like at a rational level, they just want to like neglect the emotions. And I think like part of this whole like idea immunology idea that this toolkit that you're talking about, it has to necessarily deal with the fact that like you're a human and your fifis are actually going to come first, whether you like it or not. And like I say fifis in like that way, but like I'm in the mental health field. Like I don't dismiss feelings at all. I think they're completely legitimate, but until they're like somewhat addressed, there's not a lot of productivity that's going to happen.
Absolutely. So I think in the case of the Prime panel, right? I think in the case of the other people that were on talking to Destiny, like, because that was it. Okay, so my problem is that when I see a lot of this content, I can tune in, but when people say like really, really dumb shit, and I have no avenue to get on there and actually like talk to them or like respond to the dumb shit that they're saying, it gets a little frustrating for me. So I tend to just like click out and be like, okay, that's enough. I don't want to get like brain worms. Like no more. Like I'm tapping out. And in that case, like I heard people say things that in my course of interacting with them would be to try to like connect with them on like a this not psychological level is probably the wrong word, but on a level where I could try to like give them nudges to be like, hey, like you realize that you're actually probably like I didn't watch the entirety of the panel, but to some respect, the vibe that I got was that they were emotionally responding. And I'm not saying this in a condescending way or like a belittling
No.
way or infantilizing way, just in a way that wasn't really critically listening to Destiny. Because when I read the tweets, when I heard different people talking about it, I had a completely different read than most people. Right? I kind of on the side of Destiny in this. I don't really watch him that much. And I don't really like know him that well, but a lot of the stuff that he was saying panned out. Like if you just took a second and thought about it and um, thought, and I actually looked into some of the things, like researched a little bit of it. So I feel like these things in general, if you can in your interaction with somebody, get them to like, hey, wait a second, like just take a deep breath, like think about it. It's okay if you disagree, but try to be disagreeing in a way that actually faces the same yeah, it's actually like facing the problem because like you said, you need to address the emotions, you need to like address that what this person is saying is evoking like an emotional response to you and be like, okay, wait, well this is a little, you can even say that, you can say like, well that's a little upsetting to me, but I'm going to try to be like objective and like address like what you're saying. And I think some of these things can be that's definitely something you can talk about like a broader sphere and try to like you can affect a better outcome on panels maybe in that respect by normalizing the conversation of um like being okay with emotions, but then
Yeah.
finding some way to like have the emotional maturity to talk about maturity again, which is actually like a subsection of some things I wanted to pick your brain about, even relating to that um whole conversation, because it seems like maturity was brought up all the time. Um, so yeah, have the emotional maturity to be like, hold on, um, let me get my emotions in check, then respond.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it's actually like a really huge error that's come out of like probably the Enlightenment era in part, where there's been kind of this demonization of thinking with emotions, and I think what it's done is rather than people, like right, the fact that you even have to clarify of saying like when I'm saying emotional thinking, I'm not trying to like infantilize or dismiss people. And it's like I understand why you're clarifying that, because that's the presumption people have the moment you say, hey, I think that this is might be coming from an emotional place. But the reality is that like your subjective experience with something that is emotionally laced is absolutely going to be informing your schema and your perspective on things. And that's actually okay. That's just fucking human, right? And I actually think a lot of conversations would be benefited, and I know that this would never be sexy, and like Twitch debated to be like, hey, just so you guys know, like these are my personal experiences around this topic. You know, like if somebody in the panel is like, just so you guys know, like for me, I actually was a sexual assault victim, and so like I do want to do my best to engage with the conversation objectively, but my main goal is actually going to be advocating for the emotional piece that we need to be navigating while we talk about these objective things. I want to come to solutions while not ever dismissing the really legitimate terror that sexual assault victims may experience, right? And people are going to be like, oh, that's stupid bringing your feelings into it. And it's like, we're humans. Like we are first and foremost emotional creatures long before we're factual creatures. And so yeah, I think I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it in a way that's palatable for the debate setting, because it's easy to do in therapy, right? If you have two clients that are going at it and you can tell that this is probably just a misunderstanding of the emotions,
Yeah,
you can just clear it up. But how do you do that in debate in a way that's palatable? Because it requires a certain level of vulnerability, and the reality is you might be attacked later for it.
Yeah, I think if s- one really big thing is for everybody that is in these panels and like debate sphere and politics and stuff, they have to realize that in terms of actually like looking at these like panels of like debates and stuff, it's dog shit. Like no offense to every like all the hosts and everything and the moderators, but the moderators are still like learning as we go and they're still like developing their skills.
Yeah.
Like for me for streaming, right? Like I've only streamed maybe like 10 times. I'm still learning. I'm still figuring shit out as I go. And so are you. Like you learn it's an ongoing thing. And I imagine that the people that are hosting the panels don't really have like the wealth of experience in a lot of ways to like have these things. And in terms of like the structure, when I say it's dog shit, it's more like the structure. Because one thing I was looking into, and I'm probably going to look into further on my own stream, is the world like sorry, the European. Sorry, it's like the WDC. What does that stand for again? There's like the World Universities Debating Championships. They have a
Mm.
debating and judging manual posted online, and you can get a real idea that like if for actual like debate structure and like what they consider something to be a debate, how people participate, things that you do, like that, it's nowhere near. It's more like this it's as if like debates and reality TV had like a bastard child,
That's Twitch, you
right?
mean?
Yeah, that's Twitch.
Yeah. Twitch debates, yeah.
Yeah, and I think I still feel like I have optimism that you can still like up the ante. You can like increase the quality and still have that blood sports because like infotainment, like we all love it. Like it's fun to participate in. I've gone on like CTV's thing and like argue with people, yelling at people, and like banter, like all that stuff. It's great. It's a whole lot of fun. But I do think that we can like meet at least like to some degree the standards of like actual real world debate and like competition.
What
Um,
changes would you like recommend seeing then? Like what would that look like? Because I always err
well,
on
I
them,
think
like I don't want to go into too academic land where I find again we get obsessed with professionalism because I actually think that there's like a lot of arbitrariness to professionalism.
I think so. What I would like to see, I think things like Hippy Dippy are extremely useful because you have this almost like wrestling, like blood sport, kind of like fun, but still debatey format. And it seems like Dylan does a pretty good job. I would still like to see moderators pick up on when somebody does something that fucks up and actually maybe have some kind of like scoring system rather than just exclusively rely on like the Twitch chats or like a poll
Like a
and
popularity vote, yeah.
something like relatively like simple, right? Like you said, you do want to avoid the academic. You don't want to be pretentious. You don't want to be needlessly verbose and like drown people in monotony, right?
Yeah.
Um, so it's something to like the moderators could pick up the slack a bit. I think the quality of research that people that participate on these panels seems to be really, really low. Like when I think
Yeah.
about like the Prime panel, very few people actually had like statistics that were like pretty relevant. If they did, it was like first page Google results kind of like effort.
Yeah.
Because when I looked into this stuff, because like I said, I had looked at it and I was like, wait a second. His tweets were like, I had the same reaction as you. I was like, holy shit, like, wow, that those tweets.
Really
But then it's like,
extreme, like yeah.
yeah, yeah. And then it's like, wait a second, that's still like, okay, like I can see where he's going with it. Like I kind of agree with this. I disagree in some respects, but agree in most of it. And then doing the research, you find that like in the example of like sexual assault and stuff, women like just this is just an example of like research, like statistics, like women that speak out, women that fight back, actually see a reduction in the like phallic penetration, right? Like in actually getting like penetratively raped. So there are statistics to back up the idea that if we do something like where we have a broad cultural shift that educates women to actually like fight back and be their own advocates to like self advocate in these situations, there's a like this is a net good. But the problem is I think we go back to like the emotion thing, right? As soon as you start talking about these things, you get into the whole problem of like their emotional reaction of like, oh, like what are you doing, you're victim blaming and all that. And I'm like, when I hear people say that, I'm like, holy, we're not talking about anybody being at blame. And I almost think of like an example of like skiing. And sorry, I don't mean to even go like rehash everything because it's probably like super old, like dead horse for most people. But like you can come up with like this like intuition pump, right? You try to appeal to people understanding that it can be a separate situation, that there's not actual like victim blaming, and maybe through like that method of like intuition pump, which is literally just using like some kind of metaphor or analogy to um, help them. You want the person that you're talking to pick up on it intuitively and then get it. Um, So sorry, that was way more than just answering a question about like what do I think I need to change, but because I tend to just ramble. So I apologize for that and your chit chat, but
It's okay. Yeah, you brought up the WDC, which I think is really interesting, the World Debating Channel, because one thing that I think about is like fundamentally we can't argue against the fact that people aren't tuning in tens of millions to watch world debating channels, right? I
correct.
personally don't know anyone who watches them. To be honest, I didn't even know the acronym existed. So it could just be a selection bias of like I'm not exposed to it, but I'm somebody who's like decently interested in debates. And when you Google, I don't even see it come up. And so they're
Right.
doing something wrong there in that they're still not appealing to the average viewer, right? And Twitch is doing something right. They are appealing to the average viewer, right? That's why we see like their YouTube accounts. That's why you can have both Twitch and YouTube with the exact same identical content, and both of them are like successful enough that most people can monetize from both, which is pretty impressive actually to be having just like literally identical content posted just in two spots, and still having it be effective and watched. So there's something going on. It feels like a lot of times like probably the rhetoric machine is a little bit important, right? There's a lot of rhetoricians that like they know the buzzwords, they know what to throw out there, to get people going and to get things spicy. And I don't think that that's necessarily a bad idea, unless it's causing essentially like a dilution in the ideas themselves. Then I'm concerned again if we're like starting to turn like the word like sexual assault into like a nothingness word because everything might be coined underneath it.
Yeah, watering down words. I think precision and specificity is also really, really important, which is another thing I'd like to see moderators do more. Like when somebody does something that you know is, which is means that moderator jobs for these panels and like debates and stuff is probably more difficult than they're like realizing. Like there's probably going to be more effort on their part because you're probably gonna have to mute people sometimes because we all like I do it myself. Like I can be a bit of like a dickhead and like just talk over
There's only
people.
one type of veal.
um
Okay.
so
Thanks for the
it's
sub.
still it's
Sorry, I'm
still,
doing that
yeah.
aside.
No, no, it's okay, it's okay. Like thank you for subbing to Erudite. Like I think she's awesome, so good to support her. I think it's still crucial. So just using specificity and precision in words and language, it's still super useful that if somebody does something like that, the mod's like, hold on a second, like. And I think I've seen Dylan do it like once or twice, so I got to give like a bit of a tip of the hat to him.
Yeah.
I think he's in terms of like mods, he does seem like he's doing a pretty good job in like learning and evolving and growing. So I think like it's a really fair point about the precision, and I think
Well, the mods bring up a tricky thing because the mods are both like moderators but political because they have to navigate essentially like the like high school level politics that go on within Twitch of like if you mute somebody who's big enough and gets mad enough, they might just choose to never come on your panel again, which could really affect your viewership, right? And so I think I feel particularly bad for mods on Twitch because they have like this pressure of they're kind of inventing the wheel, it seems a lot of the time. They're trying to, because they probably, I imagine both of like the two people I'm thinking of, Prime and Hippy Dippy, both seem intelligent enough and like researched enough that they've probably looked into debate club rules around debate. Like I don't think that they're like uninformed by any means. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt
correct.
at least, because they seem very intelligent. But they realize that probably certain rules are going to make things less exciting for the viewer. So they try to do away certain rules, but then they also have this added pressure of certain streamers are big enough that they're not going to want to moderate them as much, even if that streamer's being absolutely ridiculous, because A, it's getting views, and B, that streamer might get pissed off at them. So I think like I do not covet moderators on Twitch at all. Some people have suggested like I do moderation, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to. Like that seems like there's the job of being the debater, which is stressful, and I imagine that being the moderator is more stressful because it's fundamentally it's on your channel, so you're culpable for whatever everyone says, and you have to navigate not pissing anyone off so that they come back again, which is tricky.
Oh yeah, and what if it's friends, right? Like, what if you're in like a really heated debate about something like that other panel, and you piss your friend off, and like it can have ramifications like outside of it. They can be like stay pissed at you. So that's fair. I actually disagree with you. I think mods can still like just because there's a difficulty doesn't mean they shouldn't do it and try to be creative. And you don't necessarily have to try to reinvent the wheel, but maybe in some cases they do need to reinvent the wheel.
There's only one type of eel.
And
Okay.
maybe like
Thanks for the sub.
maybe that's something that they just take the the challenge on, because
Yeah.
I think that we're seeing you can still have that same like, so you can still have the same like blood sports and stuff, but when somebody does something like really other like dishonest or shitty, or the conversation is circular, right, with that one particular panel, then that's when like moderators like super useful, because it can have people on track. Maybe people like take a little break, like like here we're gonna do like a 30-second break, like everybody take a deep breath, like not in so many words, because that would like probably piss people off, because people like streamers and stuff have egos, but
Yeah. We're gonna take an ad break. That's an easy one. Hey guys,
Yeah,
pause for 2 seconds. We're gonna take an ad break. Get a drink of water.
yeah
Chill out.
yeah and that could be too like some bit of it. I think you're 100% correct. I do agree with you on the fact that like too many rules, too much structure can be an impediment for sure, because you want to preserve that wild west vibe of people yelling at each other, and you don't want to censor people too much.
Yeah, it's why like fucking like political debates are so unsatisfying, because you just like, at least in Canada, like you want to see Jag Meat go in about fucking stability boomers and housing prices, but he just like gets a minute and then that's the end of it. And then like Aaron O'Toole talks about like some random shit, right? And you're just like, I want to see this idea built down. I want to see you like, and because there's like that sick vengeful satisfaction you get of like seeing like your favorite streamer like just fucking like chew somebody else out and be like, your ideas are stupid, right? There's something like sickly satisfying, which is why I'm saying like that reality TV piece to it is good. But yeah, I agree that like it's probably being approached like a reinvention of the wheel, and it probably doesn't need to be. I don't totally know. I haven't asked, like, I don't want to like put words in hippy dippy. I have no idea what their approach is to moderation. But yeah, it probably doesn't need to be a full reinvention of the wheel, but definitely like coming up with really creative ways to like manage certain things. Really getting people to be like specific. As soon as like a tautological like definition argument comes up, I think that's a really good space for a moderator to set in and be like, this is going to be the working definition of the word, whatever the word is. That's what we're all going to work from within. No more fights about what the word means, you know, because those are just like the most obnoxious fights ever.
Yeah. Those are the absolute worst. I'd say there are a couple of things, or like a couple of types, that are just an absolute pain in the ass. And I have ADHD, so it's already really difficult for me to like sit down and watch streams. So when I hear somebody like making one of those various like just like dog shit, like either structure or like terrible axiom, or like something the tautological shit, like it literally just makes me shut off, like just like, okay, I can't do this. I'm this is not interesting, because it's not engaging me intellectually, so I don't want to like waste my time watching it. But at the same time, you want to be able to react and talk. Like I think there's a lot of merit in, because when you look at Chud Irrelevant, who I think do a really good job of like reacting and giving like some kind of criticism or analysis of the content, like in the aftermath, which is I think is actually like really good in some respects, because it can have the two birds one stone of like the entertainment and like see, I don't know how much they're actually taking away from that, because I think one thing that is another really this could be like interesting and spicy is this whole idea of Daliban and like the DGGers and communities going out, and like it's really funny to think about because of this idea of like all the ideas of like groupthink, mob mentality, like all the different ideas that people just seem to basically yoink from psychology without really knowing like what it is or how a lot of these things work. They don't really know like how online communities work in terms of like what, when somebody sees something on a stream and that individual taking, you know, either that what that streamer says verbatim and then posting it on Twitter, or, you know, like, so I feel like that's something like kind of interesting and spicy to kind of get into and like unpack, because it never really gets talked about. People levy that accusation at people like Destiny all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to look at. because it comes to the question of like how responsible is a streamer for their community. Like that's part of what it like brings up.
Yes.
And I think like Twitch doesn't always enable like the best systems to be watching for things like that. Like even if you have somebody who's really interested in moderating their community, ensuring no harassment comes out of it, if you don't have the mechanisms that make that simple, it can be really, really tricky to do that, right? And it's almost always going to be reactive, kind of after the fact, dealing with things. There's not really any way to be proactive about that, which is really like frustrating, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the most that somebody can do is somebody like Destiny, maybe having, because I think I've said his name a lot now. I think one thing that is a strength of his is that he does seem to be able to deliver words and like content in a way that is almost like opposite of myself, right? Like he can avoid the esoteric words and like phrasing and structure, and get it across to like a really broad audience. So I would really like to see somebody like that talk to somebody like, say, it's like a philosopher, and about something like a toolkit, so that it can be like, hey, when you get guys, like when you're watching me, don't just, and I know that he's probably, I don't, he's a really smart guy, so I don't know that he's probably been something like, don't just like take exactly what I'm saying and post it on Twitter and like go like fuck with people. I 100% know that he also is probably too annoyed by the idea that there is some kind of necessity by other people's actions for him to go out and be like, hey, like this behavior is not okay. And but personally, I don't think that he should be obligated to do something quite like that. I think it's an absurd idea, but there's probably still some merit to a broad conversation across Twitch, and it would be applicable to leftist streamers, right? Like I also, I like to shit on like dump on communists, like leftists, like Marxists a lot myself.
Yeah.
So something that you see all the time is that they, in their own respect, create echo chambers to some degree,
Yep.
and their community members do the exact same thing. It's just from a different vector, different verbiage, and probably on different subjects, but the behavior is nonetheless the same. So I'd like to see like all streamers more or less on like a really like simple way, like just don't take what I, maybe you can like expand on this in a better way that I can, but like don't take what I'm saying at direct face value, like listen and like think critically. Maybe if you want to even like take note, like just like enjoy, put it in the background, whatever, but just like think about what I'm saying. Don't just be like, oh yeah, true, like what, there's this Trainwrecks guy, there's like a meme of him being like, oh yeah, true, that's so true, and just saying like true like 20 or 30 times.
Yeah.
And I'm like, in my mind, that's what I imagine like Twitch viewers being like a lot of the time, not every time, but just being, having that reaction.
Yeah, I mean, echo chambers are nice and they're comfortable and they're cozy, and like a lot of I can respect a lot of panels try to like bring on different perspectives, but the reality is that usually people go away not having their ideas changed, sometimes because if your viewership is like based on certain ideas, you don't want to like turn your viewers potentially against you. So I'm sensitive to all of those like issues that people have around like debating on a Twitch sphere and like what limitations they come across, particularly if it's like your main source of income. It doesn't mean like I necessarily encourage it or think that it's like a good thing, but it just is a thing that we have to contend with. I guess I run back into this issue of like how much does it matter what the streamer says, you know? For example, like if we go like back to the Dr. K thing, he keeps saying it's not therapy, but that doesn't mean that people are listening. It doesn't mean that it's not actually therapy. And it, like, to what extent does somebody giving this disclaimer even matter? From a liability standpoint, it's pretty good. But beyond that, like, I don't know, like what good is it beyond that? Because you know, we can say all these things of like, hey, I don't support harassment. Hey, all these like pretty self-evident things. I think almost every streamer is going to be like, yeah, I don't really support harassing people. I'm not for bullying people. Don't go leave death threats in people. That's a bad thing, right? So I can like give all these disclaimers, but then like what level of like culpability do you still have? And I think like that's difficult because viewers are usually like ranging from adults to children who have full agency to kind of do whatever they want and think whatever they want, and it doesn't really like matter necessarily what you do with it. And so like obviously I think it's important that you at least like have those like verbal clips out there for liability to say like I don't believe in those things. And to be retroactively, right, if you find out that somebody in your channel is like aggressively spamming somebody that you had a fight with death threats and trying to dox them, okay, we'll ban them, obviously, right? That's a simple thing. But it might not actually prevent that viewer from continuing to harass and dox that person. They're just now banned from you, so you've kind of distanced yourself from it, which is good. You need to denounce bad shit. I think it's really important to denounce, like, hey, I found out that my viewer was like making really misogynistic comments towards this person that I hate. Don't be a fucking misogynist, right? It's good to denounce it, but it's not an easy answer because people have agency. Lots of them on this channel are adults too, so they can kind of like choose to do what they want. And like, what level of culpability do you have beyond saying, hey, I'm not for like obvious cyber crimes and like bullying and harassment, right? Which is just like, obviously, like, that's how I feel personally, right? I have that disclaimer on my Discord. I'm not for bullying and harassing people. And I'll ban people if I find out they do. I've banned people for like being really like sexually inappropriate with like people on our channel. But beyond that, like, what do you do?
Yeah, that's so one thing that jumps to mind is that I think we shouldn't kind of resign ourselves because the answer is not going to be easy, right? And I'm not saying that you're doing this. I'm just saying, like, broadly speaking, kind of like vaguely speaking. I think that there are problems on the platform and in just like streaming sphere in general that do have to kind of be solved or like creatively dealt with.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is like a super, really, really like prominent one. I think even just having continuing to have the conversations, like have inclusive conversations with even the, like, let's say if we could somehow, in an ideal world, right, we have somebody like Hassan and Destiny, who, from what I know about like Twitch meta and drama, they seem to like hate each other for whatever reason, like personal backstory and shit. But if those like moderators could like come together in some respect and just like try to creatively problem solve some of these issues, because if you have something like these are not insurmountable problems, right? You're absolutely right that people have agency. That yeah, sure.
Is your mic muted?
No.
No, don't mute it. Can you ask Bryce why he's wearing a Proud Boy shirt?
Oh my goodness.
Oh God, is this what Proud Boys wear?
He said, "Is this what Proud Boys wear?"
It looks really so.
It looks similar. He's just joking.
It's
though.
like, no,
Sorry,
it's too funny. That's hilarious as
Continue
shit.
your-
No, you're good. You're good.
You're a bully. Get out of here. Can you turn on the light?
No,
for me,
that's
please.
Yeah.
That's funny as shit. I like this guy.
That's my husband.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Sorry.
He's got good taste.
He's just trolling you. I promise.
Yeah. No, I get it. But I actually had like it. It does seem like something like a Proud Boy would wear, to be honest, which is why I'm like, oh shit, like do they actually wear like Fred Perry like polos?
Yeah.
Because these are like prototypical
They
polos,
do.
right?
They love their polos. People mentioned that they're going to see you like throwing up the OK sign, which literally stresses me out because I use the OK sign all the time in my normal life, but I'm not at all associated with that group. I just like, I watched Cheer for a while where like one of the Cheer, I don't know if you've seen the docu-series, but this is like the Trinity, one of the other schools, this is like their little hand sign for their little, because they're called the Thunderbirds. So this is like, looks like the bird. And so I've been doing the OK sign since I've seen it because it's just so catchy. And then people are going to start thinking I'm bad. Get your screenshots in, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, get the screenshots, dude.
Show up in a polo next time.
Fail.
With a little horse with a little polo guy on it. I don't know if that's what they wear.
Well, I mean, listen, guys. She just did the OK sign. She's going on a panel later to talk about the convoys. I think we're seeing a pattern here.
And you guys probably can all guess that I am aggressively pro-convoy.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm not, by the way, but yeah.
No, you're going to get canceled. This is going to get posted online. You're done for.
I know. Cancelled or infamous, whichever hits first, I think. I feel like we derailed slightly off of heuristics.
Yes, I think we did, but in like an organic way that was still entertaining. So, that should be all good. Yeah. So even like when you link it to heuristics to all this, right? So if you look at like the mob behavior and group behavior, this could be different heuristics that people use. Like when Clifford wrote about one of the things, actually I had a quote from Clifford, which I'm really interested to see like how this could play into a heuristic, because his thing was just like they would no doubt say, now you see what, no, sorry, they would no doubt say, now you see that we were right after all. Next time perhaps you will believe us. And I feel like that idea, even like the opposite, that like, well, okay, now you see this guy was wrong. Perhaps next time you'll believe us that he was wrong. And I feel like this is something that happens all the time. Like we use this kind of thinking all the time, like
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very like it's very simplistic in that way of like if somebody says one thing incorrectly, so say especially if they're somebody that you oppose, right? So say you have really strong feelings about Dima Mama, right? And then she cites a study incorrectly one time, but you fucking can't handle her. It's like forever and always now, anything that Dima Mama says related to science is just a absolute falsity to a lot of people, which I think is very cringe. It's actually what we would potentially call a post hoc fallacy, which is this idea that when you have kind of the basically the benefit of being now ahead in time and looking back and knowing that that thing was wrong, you would look back at yourself and be like, well, I obviously would have known that that was wrong, which is called a post hoc fallacy. People and heuristic as well, and people do it all the time. There's a really famous study that actually came out that so there was a really big fire at like a warehouse, and it interviewed a bunch of the women. It was a like clothing warehouse, so there's a lot of women working in like textiles there. And so they interviewed women as they were coming out on like the day of, and they basically talked about how it was like they weren't that scared. They were just like kind of shocked and confused and like, how are you feeling? And almost all of them, because most people in the midst of like something really stressful don't actually feel that scared or stressed, because half the time they don't even know what the fuck's going on. They're just like, there's bells, is it an alarm? I don't know. And then they get outside and they're like, oh gosh, like it's a fire, right? And they kind of get shocked. And they might be like, that was like really intense, but they often don't have like this really strong feeling. And then this study was interesting because it found these like historical records, and it followed up with a bunch of the women like 20 years later, and all of them had like this kind of post hoc feeling where I believe the day of, they asked them like what they thought had caused the fire or anything like that. And it turns out it was started by like a really something sinister. I can't remember what. I don't know if it's arson, something like that. But the day of, they were both like, oh, who knows? Could be electric fire. Like, who knows what it is? 20 years later, when they asked, how did you feel on the day of? Like, did you suspect that there was something weird about that fire? They're like, oh, yeah. Day of, I felt absolutely there was something weird about that fire. It definitely seemed sinister. Things just weren't right, you know? And they could actually like hold them against their own words 20 years before and be like, well, the day that it happened, you said, I don't know, could be anything. That sure is weird. That was scary. Glad I'm alive. And then 20 years later, they're like, oh no, the day of, I felt for sure that there was some sort of like sinister thing going on. It's like, no, you didn't. This is actually a post hoc heuristic where like you have the benefit of now being later and you knew that something sinister had gone on. And the reality is that you do feel now that it was sinister, which actually speaks a lot to like this cognitive process of like when you recall memories and then you feel a different way about it now, you actually add those emotional tags to that memory. So they weren't incorrect in saying later that they felt sinister about it. It's just the day of, they didn't actually feel sinister about it because they had said that they weren't.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And to me, I'm interpreted, this might be the wrong use, but I know there's like the historian's fallacy where you're using current knowledge or like current understanding of something and looking at like historical events from that perspective and holding them to the same standard that you would in the present. And obviously there's inconsistency there, because like knowledge in the present is different than knowledge in the past, standards in the present are different than standards in the past, etc. So obviously they're two different things, but I think that definitely like the historian's fallacy is probably another thing too, like looking at past behaviors, like I don't want to broach the point too much, but like the cancel culture idea, right? Like when you look at like when you're holding somebody's past behavior to the standard of the present times, right? It can be pretty unfair and like pretty harsh. So post hoc fallacy, that's awesome. It's really interesting because I love this paper by Clifford because he talks about so much in such like a enjoyable prose way, and he doesn't use words like post hoc fallacy and whatever, so it's really digestible. Like it's a really like the ship owner the ship owner story is like really the main thing that he's famous for in that paper. But that's a really good way of describing it. I think like I knew what the post hoc fallacy was, but it's not one that I like embedded in my brain like to remember. So it's good to,
you should send me the link to that Clifford paper just so I have access to it.
I will.
And then I'll post it on my
absolutely
Discord so people can check it out because that sounds really interesting. And he said
Yeah,
he talked
no,
with William James and stuff like that, and I'm a huge fangirl of William James. So
oh, you would enjoy. I think the exchange is extremely interesting because I tried to look at it in like not just like this man wins this or this man wins kind of thing.
yeah,
I think both of them have credible points
yeah,
because so obviously Clifford is like evidentialism and William James was like
he was functional
we have a
pragmatism, I
passion.
believe.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So he was like, we have like a passional mind, like we have an emotional mind, and there are going to be instances where we need to believe, even though we don't have the evidence to support it. Um, yeah, so I think. But one thing that I'll go to James in a second. But like one other thing that Clifford mentioned that I think is really interesting is I think he inadvertently or like unwittingly or whatever talked about cognitive dissonance, right? So like he talked about how like the physical sensation of the discomfort of like being uh uncomfortable at the like either public facing or
Yeah.
just any situation at like oh, okay oh shit I'm wrong, or also the idea on top of that or additional to that like separate from that that like fuck I have to start back at square one.
Yeah, yeah. Cognitive dissonance is super, super interesting because I think it explains a lot of why, like, we see people like bury their heels into ideas. For those of you who aren't familiar, a really good example, a really simple like way to explain cognitive dissonance is, it's basically you have a couple of things. So you have, oh, I can't draw it. I'm gonna draw it for myself because it helps me explain it. You basically have a thought or a belief, right? B, you have a behavior, and then basically what happens is if the thought and the behavior are oppositional to one another, you experience cognitive dissonance. And so there's two ways you can rectify it. So a really simple one might be you think you're kind of familiar with the idea smoking is bad. You know that it's not good for your health, but you've been smoking for 25 years a pack a day, right? So your behaviors are now in conflict constantly with an idea that you know to be inherently somewhat true, right? So there's two things you can do. You can either choose to change your behavior and stop smoking, but as anyone who has any experience with addiction knows, that is easier said than done. Or you do some weird cognitive loops to justify why it's okay. Maybe just for you, right? Being like, I know it's broadly bad, but like for me, it's actually helpful because it soothes me. So it's like, they might come up with kind of a harm reduction idea to justify it. And what we see is this happens a lot, right? And what happens is that this is how like these weird complex ideas get built that like don't seem to make a ton of sense. I find a lot of times when you like get to the root of them, oftentimes there's like a cognitive dissonance at the base of it of being like, oh, this person's like behavior is just in conflict with their idea. So they've built all of these extra ideas on top of it so that they can continue to do the behavior to justify it, right? Because it's always easier to change your thought about something than your behavior a lot of the time. Because behavior changes, especially if it's a habit, take a lot of work.
Yeah, and the way that you phrased it too makes me really interested, like about how much this is taking place with regards to like the Dr. K and like Ayurvedic stuff, right? And now that we see people, now that we see people calling out like the Ayurvedic practices and showing like, hey, like when you actually look into it, sadly, there's not really many clinical trials. There's not really a lot of standard like RCTs or like placebo, double blind, et cetera, those kind of studies done about these like medications, these treatments. So there's not like a what like evidence-based practice or evidence-based medicine to support it,
Yeah.
and it's you're requiring anecdotes basically to support the idea. But
Yeah.
now there's all this pushback. There's also a lot of people that are in turn pushing back against the criticisms, and to me I'm wondering like how much of this is like harm reduction and how much of this is like people being faced with two different ideas where they on some levels they feel like both could be true or right, and you know what I mean, like I'm wondering like how much of this is playing into the like controversy about all this rather instead of it being like because to me not to get into that subject in its entirety, but like to me it seems like a really like black and white situation. Like the guys obviously like there's merit, etc., but somebody fucked up, the person fucked up. Probably like a body of people, licensures, whatever, should probably look into it, like review it, just check it out, and like it's that simple. Like the person's still legitimate and there are a lot of other ways outside of this, and they just need to like cut that shit out entirely. And you know what I mean? Like, so for me, it seems like it's a really like simple situation, and I'm wondering like, I already said what I wondered, but yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a very interesting idea to go into. The problem is that like here's the thing, and this is something I actually really like from that book Mental Immunity, is he talks about this idea of basically how oftentimes our ideas become really intrinsic to who we are. They kind of become like foundational to our identity. But the problem is that ideas actually are more like house guests. And sometimes some ideas are really favored house guests, and they're really, really valuable to us, and we care about them the most. But house guests can actually come and go, and it doesn't change like the foundation of who you are as an individual, right? And I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know if I fully agree, because I think like part of who we are is to some extent the ideas that we hold. Whether that's because the ideas, right? If you believe that there's kind of this metaphysical, like ideas exist like forms, like almost like platonic forms, and then they have you, well then ideas actually are fundamental in shaping who you are as an individual. Whereas if you kind of take it from more of that bottom-up approach of, you might have a set of personalities, a set of personality that is inclined towards certain ideas naturally. You have a predisposition towards it. And so in many ways, those ideas are still somewhat central, though, to your personality because of that. I'd be curious, where do you fall? Because this guy is very much of the view. It's the one thing that I like am resistant with him on, although apparently I haven't actually read his book, so apparently there's a lot more that he fleshes out in it, so my position might change. But I'd be curious on just your thoughts broadly about that.
So I actually, the first bit I might need to get you to reiterate, because
Sure.
somebody said something in my chat that was not far from what your husband said. There's somebody joking about, like, they asked me, like, oh, is that a Fred Perry polo shirt? And then they're like, oh,
You're just regretting
shit,
this shirt choice.
that's what I am regretting my shirt choice. I'm gonna get canceled for being like, I can't do that. I'm terrified to do the okay sign, but yeah, somebody else mentioned the Proud Boys in my chat, so I was like,
Rough.
I got stomach by that. Yeah. No, so I have an interest in I will download the book. I have a Kindle somewhere, and I love my Kindle, and I try to like read as much as I can on the Kindle. That's something I try to like, in a joke between, to kind of like segue a little bit before answering your question, a joke between some friends of mine and I is that I consistently push librarian propaganda, because I try to like, consistently encourage people to read. I think video essays and like watching YouTube videos is okay, like in moderation, like in small doses, but I think people should read. I think I'm a big proponent of like librarian propaganda. Like people need to like read books, like read it.
Yeah.
Like the best process is probably like read it once, read it, take notes, like read it a second time, like let the ideas marinate. But so honestly, I'm so sorry. I'm blanking on the first part about what we said after what he said in the mental immunity book. Could you?
Yeah, here, I'll just outline. So there's two positions I'm warring with.
Yeah.
I'm not decided on this. So in the Mental Immunities book, he kind of argues that ideas are like house guests. And I agree to an extent. They come and they go, but they're not tied to your personal identity and your value, right, as an individual.
Right.
Which
Yes.
is why you can allow ideas to go. It's why if you're wrong about an idea, it doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make your personality flawed. It just means that you had the wrong idea about something, and you can let that go,
Yes.
right? Which I actually think, like, disentangling your identity from your ideas is probably going to see if that becomes popular in our culture. I imagine we'll see more people willing to move on their positions. The main thing is that we might have the risk of people becoming just kind of like grifters, where they kind of like flop back and forth between positions, and they never really hold to anything strongly, which could be an issue as well. So there's that position. Ideas are house guests. They come and go. They're not tied to your identity. And then I said, but on the other side, we might have more of this like Platonic argument, where you might say like ideas are like these metaphysical forms, and they have you and they hold you at times. And so they're intrinsic to who you are to some extent, because they shape who you become to some extent.
Yeah. So I think it makes me think of, I'm only cursory familiar with him, but there's a guy, G.H. Mead, and there's a whole bunch of other people that talk about this. So like self and relation, and like what the self is, and I think that is a really interesting subject as a whole, because I think it is really crucial that as a culture we shift away from the idea that like people's ideas are deterministic about their moral status or person status, right? Like their personhood, because I think certain times it can be true that their ideas are deterministic, but you can't use it as a way to it's not a smoking gun, right? Like, because somebody has a there are all kinds, like, to use the Proud Boys as an example, right? You have
Mhm.
all kinds of people that are members of this group, but a lot of them are just going to be like disaffected, like young men that are basically falling not victim, but like that are like vulnerable to the influences of a group like that, but it's not necessarily something in their um developed identity, right? I haven't really gotten into like personality psychology yet, so I don't know like I understand like Piaget's theories of like cognitive development and so on, like all this stuff,
Yeah.
but I don't know like personality psychology. But for me, I think the first thing is where I think you can have ideas that shape you. Like I used to be really really conservative, like really like red pill, like like natural order, like
Hence
men
the
are dominant,
polo.
women are submissive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, like
Hence the polo.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting exposed to myself. I'm self-reporting right now. But but that's not like deterministic about me, right? Like you can see me talk about different ideas, and I think that we have this cultural tendency for whatever reason. You can talk about the origins of this or causes or whatever,
Mhm.
probably until you're blue in the face, but um it is absolutely, yeah. I 100% agree with you. I think that is a particular trend that does need to change, because I think ideas should not be afraid of, or we shouldn't be afraid of ideas, right? There are some extremes where we can just like, okay, like Holocaust, bad. Like, yes, I think, well, yeah, that's a moral. There's a bunch of like moral anti-realist arguments about like Holocaust bad, like memes and things like that. But I think we shouldn't be afraid of ideas, and if we're not afraid of ideas, then people holding ideas that seem controversial or dangerous or problematic, probably because they're probably not actually dangerous in a lot of cases, not all cases, um, we probably won't have that exact like reaction. We probably won't treat people the same way that we treat them right now,
Yeah.
because when you look at people in the Twitch politics here, there's the politically provoked Britney lady. She gets a lot of flack for her
Is that
different
Brittany
positions.
Venti?
Hmm?
Is
Sorry.
that Brittany Venti?
No, her name's like politically provoked.
Okay.
I think she's like a mod slash host of some
Okay.
debates and stuff. Consistently you see chats talking about her being like white nationalist,
Oh,
like
okay.
all these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and um, her and Kate ended up having like some kind of spat or like disagreement after that panel last night, I think. So there's lots of melodrama surrounding these people, but
Yes.
I imagine like there's these make really good examples of people that might have wrong, like just objectively, like through rigor and scrutiny, are wrong, or they could be right, ideas, or just um, so yeah, so they could have those ideas, and they aren't necessarily like bad people, right? Like I feel like I a big thing I'll just say in close, like the last thing, is that I don't like the marriage of when an idea is either wrong, bad, or what we consider potentially dangerous, and a moral judgment or a value judgment about the person without like due diligence.
Right, especially because it's like you can have people like right, there's a big difference between like a 17-year-old who's been raised in a like deeply deeply conservative um maybe fundamentalist, maybe like let's not because I don't want to just like blame conservatives, right? Because there's like this really kind of like cringy rhetoric that like all conservatives are bad right now, which is like weird. It's like weird for me to even be fucking defending them because I'm not a conservative at all. But I obviously like don't think all conservatives are like evil. But say you've got an individual.
I'm glad I'm conservative.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're conservative. That's right. You've got an individual who's like raised in a really conservative fundamentalist. So let's say that they are raised in a fundamentalist Christian home where women are only allowed to wear skirts. They're not allowed to like have certain positions and jobs. So super, super traditional fundamentalist, right? And that 17-year-old gets on social media and spouts some shit about that, right? And then they're like, everyone's like, this is a bad person. And it's like, this is a 17-year-old who hasn't really had a chance to cleave from his family and form his own ideas, right? It's hard to say that he's a bad person, right? There's a big gap from that to somebody who's like got an actual race realist who is like Richard Spencer, who's actively trying to like encourage like really harmful fucking racist like ethnocentric views. There's a big gap between these two people, right? And so it's like the ideas is one thing, And ideas is certainly a flag, right? If somebody has an idea that's really, really harmful to certain individuals, you might be able to say, okay, well, at a social level, we would morally say this person is kind of bad. However, then there's their actions that are borne out, because we know that a lot of people have a lot of ideas about things that are never borne out in actions, and they're actually just kind of like a normie who like doesn't actually do much with their life politically.
Yeah, there's I 100% agree. I think you have a good way of looking at it, a different another intuition pump here. You have people like when I was young, when I just like graduated university, I kind of aligned myself with like libertarian stuff, right? I remember like 10 or so years ago Googling myself and finding an old like Yahoo Groups post where I was talking about like how well do Buddhism and libertarianism merge together? Like how like because I was so like at the time I was like really curious about like Theravada Buddhism, but also like libertarianism. And so it was one of those funny moments where you look back and see the cringe shit that you post when you're young and curious. And I think to some extent we do need more um, patience and what's the word I'm looking for? Understanding of youth, right? Because youth want to explore ideas and they're not married especially because of their brain development and like stages of development, they're not married to these ideas. And if you are going to have such a strong reaction to people,
Yeah.
a lot of the times you can, as we like into buying into like playing into what we already said about cognitive dissonance and these things, you can really make people regress or like retreat within their shell or retreat within the group that they know is protective and like as a safe space for them, and like the beliefs that they have, whether conspiratorial or not, explain like epistemic needs or like existential needs. And I think we're doing a disservice to basically like human society and youth as a whole when we just say like, okay, he said the N word like when he was 19 and posted some stuff from Richard Spencer when he was like 20, and now he's like 28, and you know, I mean, like I hate the idea that these things and these events in their youth are deterministic about the people, because people are not fixed things. Like I use myself. I hate to use anecdotes, but to use myself as an example, like the growth that I've seen through both having good friends and just like personal growth over the years has been like huge, like um, very transitional. I'm not a permanent fixed thing, and nobody is. That's my like. So it really grinds my gears, like thinking about that stuff.
Yeah. I'm just checking time. I should probably get going to the next panel pretty soon here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because they want us in the like prep wing early usually. But
yeah.
Before I go, I just want to say, I think that this is interesting. I'd really like to talk with you some more about. I was gonna bring up steel manning as being like, hey, I got an idea for your little toolkit. Steel manning has been like the most helpful thing for me to really like flesh out my positions. I love talking to people that I strongly disagree with. I don't usually love it when they're like mean to me, but like I don't get personally offended. I'm just kind of like, well, this is uncomfortable. But like I do my best to like steel man myself really firmly, because I find it just like it fleshes out, like there's nothing more enjoyable than talking to somebody. Like you said, you're conservative, so you're probably somebody who's going to have different views about like politics and stuff than me, but I also feel like I could engage with you really respectfully and like come away being like, okay, like I might have had my positions changed here, he might have changed his position here, doesn't matter. I don't really honestly care if you change your position that much as like a streamer, but I think like a really big thing for me is like I really want to flesh out my ideas, and I think steel manning is like one of the best ways to do that.
Yeah, no, steel manning is a great thing. I agree. It's definitely worth like adding to the list and like thinking about it for sure. And yeah, I'd love to talk again sometime, and we can probably fine tune things to make things, because this is honestly the first time that I've talked one-to-one with somebody on we're both streaming kind of situation. So like learning experience for me, and we can certainly it'd be great fun to do it again and like fine tune things to make it even better for the chat. Just like better for the like better like productive roles is what I'm thinking, like productive results, like more even if it's only like tiny bits, like 1/10 of the information is what they absorb and like get away from it. But also like just a fun joke to kind of end on it. So I did talk to Dr. K once when on like a video when he did his streams and stuff early on when he was on Twitch. Him and I talked, and it was really funny because, well, to me this is added funny. when he did talk to me, we had a brief conversation, and he kept kind of probing and almost like trying to bait me into being content in the sense of seeing if I would be like the prototypical. Because came on to talk about like my issues with like women, like I shouldn't say issues. Wait, bad phrasing. Like interpersonal, like relationship problems, right?
Yeah.
Relationship problems, um, and that ended up being like him assuming that I'd be like a like r/nice guy, like the prototypical like nice guy, or like Twitch mod, or like these caricatures of what we the people on these online spheres. And yeah, he would, it was very very obvious, was trying to like lure me into a point where he'd be like, aha, like I've got you figured out. And so that was amusing more than anything. I did probably get like something good out of it, but at the end of it, I was kind of like rushed off. And where the funny part comes in is that he kind of like rushed me off because I wasn't content. It was more just like a pretty like standard, like me talking with somebody, like processing, figuring shit out on my own. He not really brushed me off, but like sped me off because he brought on this guy Athene. He's like a big like World of Warcraft streamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was just, yeah,
Moody
it
boy
was
Athene.
funny. And even like at the start of when he's talking to Athene, he like apologizes to Athene because they're like, oh sorry, like I was taking a while to talk to this guy. And it was just like,
And you're just like, thanks, Captain.
yep.
Okay, that's interesting to know. Yeah, because that's like not the best optics that you could hope for.
No, it was an interesting experience. And like when I watched it with my friend, the funny thing is I have a really good friend that I made in the last couple of years on the internet, and when him and I rewatched that, like I know you got pressed for time, but just to say this last bit, when him and I rewatched it afterwards, he was one of the first ones that was like, hold on, like this guy's fishing, like this is weird, like he's supposed to be like talking to you and like helping you, not like fishing for like either like a stereotype or like somewhere to go with it. And is one thing that's kind of weird too is like the way that he described like a savior complex, because he tried to like actually tried to diagnose me as having like a savior complex, because he said in his words, I tried to find women that were like stray dogs to like adopt them and bring them in, like fix them. And to me, I'm just like, is that really like the best wording when you're like like a therapist that's a healthy gamer coach? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's,
Yeah.
we're talking about optics and everything. Yeah. But no, it was great to chat with you and hang out, and we should definitely do it again.
Yeah, for
thanks
sure.
talking to me.
I do apologize for like jumping off sooner than later. Somebody was
It's
like,
okay.
he's getting rushed off again. And I'm like, well, in fairness,
Yeah.
we're not doing anything therapeutic at all. So, but
True.
yeah, I would like to chat again, because I think the epistemic toolkit is actually a good idea. I think you should maybe potentially even explore. I think you should explore actually moderating, since you have a lot of good ideas about it. I think
Maybe.
that would be cool. Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah. Yeah,
And
definitely. I
tossing
appreciate the
that-
input.
And tossing the mod hat offer to you.
Yep. All right. Well, have fun on the panel, and I hope you don't die of cringe or anything like that.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be good. There's like, I've got Stardust, so I feel like I always like talking to Stardust at least, so I'm excited.
Nice. Awesome.
Okay.
All
Bye.
All right. Peace.
Group. Okay, I'm gonna run you guys on like an ad break. I'm gonna go to the banyo, and then we're gonna jump in the.
There's only one type of eel.
Thanks for the subscription. The thingy. We're gonna jump in the thingy, which is called a panel. I'll be right back. Hello. My chat is acting psychotic right now. Is it? Okay. Okay. let's get into the Discord. I'm going to jump in this one. This one is good. Hello.
Hello.
I'm just, you know, I am streaming right now, so please don't violate TOS. I don't know if you're streaming, but...
No, you're right.
Okay.
I'm a TOS abuser.
Hmm?
I'm a TOS abuser.
Good. You got time for that.
Eventually, we'll achieve a world where TOS is not necessary.
Maybe. Hard to say. Might achieve a world where TOS is more necessary. You never know.
That's true. What do you take on God being the necessary means to an end?
What? What do I take on God?
Yeah, being the means to a necessary end.
Give me like 2 seconds. I just gotta set up this thing and then I will answer your question. The gods as a necessary means to an end.
Or, I wouldn't say an end, but sustaining life on this planet.
I
Like
don't
socially.
know. I don't really know what you're asking me. It feels like,
Like
one of those
meeting
questions
God.
that's like you think you're asking how necessary is it to meet God?
No. Needing God to, I guess, sustain social standards and or improve social standards and improve relationships between people.
One second. I'm fighting with my camera right now, so give me like 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Here's the question that I have. If you can find a noise suppression setting for the mic, there's a lot of ambient. Yeah, I need to get my foamies, but my dog stole them and hid them, so that's annoying. Maybe if you prayed more, your camera would be working. I'm trying to, so this is a new, I don't know StreamYard applications very well, and it seems to not want to take my OBS. So I don't quite know what to do about that, because if OBS is on, my camera's on, which means I might have to like potentially turn off my stream. That would be sad. I had the same mic with a foamy, yeah. No, I can't connect my actual camera because my camera right now is like connected to the virtual camera settings, which works just fine on Discord, but it doesn't seem to want to work on StreamYard, so I'm trying to figure that out. And they're not bringing me in either, because then I could potentially ask them there. Oh, I am brought in, never mind. I'm in. Okay. Yeah, so this is just not going to work, which is unfortunate. So the question is, if I turn off my camera here, where are you? Like this. See, the problem is that my camera stays on. Well, let me try one thing. Yeah, no, it stays on, so that doesn't really help. Yeah, I'll have to turn it off in OBS. That's what I thought. Poopy. Ooh, thank you, Billy. I am using my virtual cam. That's the issue, is it's not... Yep, blah, blah, blah. Start virtual camera. This turns OBS into... Okay, so here's the issue. When I start virtual camera, it doesn't like that. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Open sources. Video capture. Did that. Then start... That StreamYard can recognize. See, that's the issue is when I'm clicking start virtual camera, it's just not working, which is weird. OBS developer hates virtual cam so much. I'm sure they do. Message Destiny. I'm sure he's busy. I don't know if Destiny wants to be messaged for tech support. See, I really like, so I got a new screen. It's very pretty, but my mic is in the way. But if I'm... Alright, so I'm telling my guy my virtual camera isn't starting. So StreamYard cannot recognize it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is he's probably not going to get back to me anytime soon. And I have like techie people that help me as well. So here's the issue. Did it. Lastly, reboot your browser. Head to StreamYard and enter your studio. Maybe I'll restart it now. I don't think it's recognizing it. The issue is that when I go to OBS and I press start virtual camera, it's just not starting. Like it's not, I don't know why, it's just not recognizing it. Oh! It worked this time! Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, guys, I got it. And by I got it, I mean Billy got it. I'm so excited. Thanks, guys. People happy indeed. People happy. Okay. The ambient is so loud now. Is it? Like it's worse than it was before? I don't know why it would be so loud. Why do people happy? Yes. All audio is playing twice at the exact same time. That shouldn't be the case because there is nothing showing up as audio except for the Yeti. The ambient is louder now. That's really strange. Okay, well, what I can do is I can turn down the gain some more. Is your webcam picking up audio? No, it doesn't say it is. Might be a fan. Literally nothing has changed except for the sun has gone down. Maybe this is a werewolf problem. Maybe there's some fantastic shit going on right now. I'm faking tech fraud. That's my argument. Is that that's a good strategy. I never thought of that. They ask me a question that I don't know how to answer. I'll be like, what? Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Great. Okay, another one. How to reduce background noise on a blue Yeti mic. Mine is silver, so this is an unuseful. Just kidding. Okay. Plug headphones into monitor sound with the gain knob turned up. This is for headphones. Select Yeti as your input device. I might just need to check my volume, my sound settings, and just make sure that there's no... Yeah. What I should do, my friend, my best friend actually, my maid of honor, is a She's got a major in composition. She's super, super good at like all this shit. Like I didn't even know directions of the mic mattered. So if you go into OBS and right click your audio monitor, go to filters, right click and add noise suppression on the Yeti. Okay. Filters. Add noise suppression. Noise suppression. Okay. Let's try that. How's that sound? Married? How do I do marriage? Lots of communication. Yeah! Everyone say thank you to... I don't know how to pronounce your name. I have to pull it up. Avaran. Wait, what degrees do I have? I have every degree that you can ever achieve. I'm just kidding. I have a honors psych degree in psych. I don't know. I said honors psych degree. I have a Bachelor of Arts in honors psych. The gate is a little too strong though. Gate as in my gain is turned up. It's too quiet. Okay. I'll turn up that then. Boop, 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 boo. That seems pretty good now. Noise gate too high. I think I fixed it though. Is that better? It's an honors. Fix it offline, you damn booner. I don't know what this means. You guys are saying music words I don't know. Music words, sound words. I don't know what you mean by gate. I don't know what a gate is. I know what a gain is. There's a gain setting on this microphone, but that's not because I actually know what gain means. I just can connect these two things. I have a degree and your mom. I think you're good in terms of sound. Okay, I'm talking really softly because I don't want to, I knew that I like had been fiddling around with the noise. Turn down the gain. My gain is bottomed. It is as low as it goes. Whee! Gate keeps it from peaking. It's piercing my eardrums. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Have you?
Hello?
Well, hello.
Oh, hey. Just wanted to
Enable.
check the audio is working.
Hey, coming through loud and clear on my end.
Definitely. I don't want to listen to that shit. I'm just kidding. I just want to not have on my stream while they're figuring that stuff out. So I don't necessarily want to be exposed to that. Yeah, it's cutting out some portion of your word still because my gain is too low or my gain is, I am gaining annoyance. I'm gaining annoyance because I don't know what you guys mean. I don't know what these things are. Turn the left dial for watt gain frontwise. Okay, I'm going to show you what I'm doing. I'm going to show you on my thing. So here's the gain button right here, okay? It is set really, really low. I know that I'm being trolled, but I actually like want to make sure that the sound is working. So is the sound working? This is a gain. Do I need to turn it lower like this? Or would you like me to turn it up like this? Up. Okay. They're just getting free ASMR right now. Probably the shittiest. May as well go to Amaranth. The noise gate allows you to cut off background noise while you are not talking. Select a threshold above the noise volume and an open threshold slightly below your voice input to get results. I see these things I like understand broadly, but I also understand that I'm going to need to just like do some testing and figuring out because I'm not versed in this, which means I'm just going to need to take some time. And I'm realizing that there's like half of you sending me troll advice and half of you sending me good advice. And so it makes it confusing as to how to fix things. Also, if you don't have a compressor on, you might want to put it back on. I have a compressor on, so we're good on that front. Yeah, I am just listening to Outerin. I'm trying to ignore the rest of you. It's just a little bit in a can. Dang. Okay. The suppressor is on, Averin. Pop filter has been pulled away. Sorry, Wargos. I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm just getting inundated with advice, and I really appreciate you guys trying to help me. For those of you who are trying to troll me, honestly, fair enough. It's kind of funny. I'm basically a boomer right now. But noise filter is like a band-aid. You should probably start from scratch with a mic off. Yeah, I'm gonna adjust it. It's like brand new. I wanted to bust it out because I was excited. Yeah, it definitely feels like a Zoom call, except I'm the old lady being like, "What do you mean? I can't see any of you guys. Where are you? I don't understand what you mean." And then when I do pull it away, it's like this shot. Just wrap a damp paper towel. That sounds like a terrible piece of advice. I'm absolutely not going to do that. This is just how the Blue Yeti sounds. I don't understand why the cardioid mics are constantly recommended when a dynamic point would be 1000% better. Because we're noobs and we don't actually know anything. We just like to talk out of our butts like we do know things. That is the key to being a streamer. Is you just use words to make it sound like you know, but you don't. Chat, clip it. I don't even know what I said. I talk out my butt. Is that what it was? Oh, I was probably talking out my butt. It's true though. It sounded better before. I don't care. Go away, Contra. I can't satisfy everyone. Still waiting. It's 6. Classic. Making us late. Talking out of one's butt is not unique to streamers. True. Being back the crunchy mic. This one. Conversations when two butts collide. Yes, indeed. If I listen to the stream after and it turns out I sound like I'm in a fucking tin can, you can 100% hear voice and 100% room noise before. You can now hear 90% voice and 0% room noise. Nice! Thanks, Tinker. I trust Tinkerbell with my entire life. Okay. So, is there any last minute things that I should know about the convoy? Do you guys want to see the articles that were given to us? That might be interesting for you guys to have some of that background. Let me pull them both up. I obviously did extra research on my own, but where do you send them up? Here they are. There's this one. So state of emergency. I took all sorts of notes on this. You guys are going to be so impressed with me. All of the notes. You need to wreck and destroy all their panelists except for Stardust. I don't know if wreck and destroy is like my style. I feel like I'm way maybe if I get more embittered, I'll become like that. But I don't think I'm bitter enough to wreck and destroy. Yeah. Okay, there's that one. And then there is this one. Okay, I'm actually going to read the North Carolina Supreme Court. I honestly don't know much about it, so I'm going to read this article again. North Carolina's Supreme Court has ordered legislators to redraw their congressional map, overturning a lower court's decision and declaring the map unconstitutional partisan gerrymander. That is quite the fucking sentence. Unconstitutional partisan gerrymander. That is exciting. We conclude that claims asserting that congressional and state legislative district plans enacted by the General Assembly are unlawful partisan gerrymanders that violate the Free Election Clause, the Equal Protection Clause, and the Freedom of Assembly Clause. Interesting. Let's look up what the word gerrymander. I'm pretty sure I know what it means, but I feel like people who are in this debate are going to know precisely what it means, so I want to make sure I'm up on this. Manipulate the boundaries of electoral constitution. Okay, yeah. So like the ballot thing was potentially an example of gerrymandering as well. I feel like we may have a different interpretation of exciting, not so erudite. Maybe. Maybe it's more similar than you thought. Can it be gerrymandering and not partisan? I mean, if you're manipulating boundaries to party one favor, it's kind of inherently partisan, wouldn't you say? How about destroyed with incredible optics of unheard charitability? Sigma. The trucker is for sure going to turn into a free speech conversation, which luckily I've thought a fair bit about. So that one I at least like have my own positions on for the most part. I feel like looking at like the list of people, I feel like there's a lot of conservative representation actually, which is good. It's good on Prime to do that. I should keep checking and making sure that I'm not. There's nothing worse than if like Prime is like screaming at you and you're just so everyone's just staring and you're like, not a good look. I'm just gonna undeafen myself so I can hear. Because I don't want to be that person. So calling it partisan gerrymander seems silly. It seems very rhetoric. Let's see if we can. Okay, I got it. Thank you. A strong supporter of a party. Yeah, I feel like gerrymandering is always. Typical gerrymandering cases take the form of partisan gerrymandering. Okay, so I think partisan gerrymandering is an actual like label in and of itself. Let's see. Partisan gerrymandering. Okay, so yeah, it basically seems like almost always in the United States, gerrymandering is partisan gerrymandering. So it's kind of a reduction, like a little bit redundant, but yeah. Oh, Bastony is the real VIP. I don't know why I haven't given Bastony VIP. I mean, I gave them mod, but they're going to join. Tam is the only other VIP right now. I feel like I owe a couple of you guys more. As VIPs. Here we go. And you get a VIP, and you get a VIP, and you get a VIP, and you get a VIP. I want VIP. Well, just because you want it 30 doesn't mean I can give it to you. La 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 la. Mod revoked? Really? If you're VIP, you're not a mod. It's up to you, Bastony. You can be a VIP or a mod. You're mostly just posting articles, so it's totally up to you. I'm heading out. Send DM if you need more help. Thanks, Averin. Thank you so much. You are a boss. We love you. You've saved the day single-handedly. Wanted to ask if you think morality is objective. I asked chat earlier, but chat scrolls fast. It does. I do not think good morality is broadly objective. I think there are like... Here's the thing. Okay, let's look up the word. Let's be clear. So you might be wondering why I like define these words all the time. It's because I can't have like a tautological argument with chat because you can't respond fast enough. So I just give you the definition and then we're going to work from within it. And if you disagree with the definition, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to work from within. Not influenced by personal feelings or opinions and considering and representing facts. Okay, well, if we mean objective in that way, then I would argue there is no such thing as a moral view that isn't also subjective, because I think morals are deeply influenced by personal feelings. There's really interesting research by Jonathan Haidt. I need to go get some Google Scholar up. Let's get Google Scholar up. Some shit. That Prime is late. Bad boy Prime. Living life on the edge. He's a moral psychologist. I love it. He's brilliant. Let's see if he's got any new stuff. Look at all these free journals. But are they good? That's the question. A camera is blocking the search results. That is true. Boop, boop, boop. Look at that.
Hell, you're on stream. I'm going to get started. If someone could keep talking while we get things set up, that'd be great.
Well, I can take over. Hi, how's it going? Long time no speak.
Dude, welcome back, Wick.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. As you know, I missed you, Flavian. So,
Hello, Wick.
oh, thank you.
Wick, what do you do for a living?
I miss you.
Oh, well, right now, not much. So, had to move. So,
Where'd you move
We
to?
missed you, Wick.
oh, thank you. No, just some family issues. Someone was hospitalized in my family and needed help because of COVID. So I just moved there. Currently, I'm helping them. So that's what I'm doing.
Well, I hope they get better.
Well, they're on the upswing at least, so that's a good thing.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. Yep. We're ecstatic to have you. Mm-mm-mm. We are missing. Okay, well, he's having a good time at least. We're missing one person, but they are they should be here soon. They got stuff that they're doing. So we'll do this. Okay, great. Oh, all right. Now we're missing two people. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I have had a lot of technical difficulties, unfortunately. Life of a streamer, right? Okay, we'll get started. Hopefully, our last individual will be here soon. Actually, you know what? Let me give them 5 more minutes, and then we'll get started. Okay, let me give them 5 more minutes because they got stuff that they're handling. So small talk in the middle of that. Wick, I see you bright. It's like now you were in the shadows before.
Well, people were sleeping, and so I just had to set up. You see the little curtain behind me, so I'm not disturbing anyone.
Okay.
So everything's kosher now. It was kind of I wasn't planning on coming on last night, but some things were said. I needed to respond to it, so you know how it is. Like, what? Someone said something wrong on the internet. I have to go and correct them.
Wick,
you look a little different.
People in my chat seem to think that you have the voice of the daddy chill guy. Daddy chill.
Okay, I mean, you know, I'm glad they like it. So
you look different. You look like you got like a semi-fashy, and then you got your beard done and stuff.
Oh, I put my hair in a ponytail just because it was easier. So, and
they love it. Don't worry, they're not.
You look beautiful.
Brian, people are wondering if you could comment as to the order of the cameras, if there's like a certain preference.
Oh, no. Well,
you see, what he did actually is he makes sure that he puts the pretty white lady right next to chat. That way, viewers will both pay attention to you and chat, and they won't ignore chat, so we can get more engagement. It's all done very intelligently.
Well, then you should be in my spot, obviously, right?
I appreciate it.
When I think pretty white lady, I think Fabian Liberty Scott.
Yeah,
that's
indeed.
Me too.
True.
I do have lips some of you ladies would kill for.
That's true. There's no amount of
Very
Botox
true.
that will get me to that tier.
Well, a little bit, but
Yes, Botox. What? PrimeCayes endorsing Botox right now on
He's
the air.
a big time Botox user. Look at that smooth forehead. You don't achieve that without
Did you get a new
artificial
sponsorship?
supports.
Did you get a new sponsorship while I was gone? You
No, because
promoting the big Botox?
Because if he did, he wouldn't do it subtly. All right. In between every
True.
topic, he would talk for 5 minutes about the health of botulism in your lips.
You can't hide that shit from me, Prime. Like I know what comments you delete. I know you self-conscious about your lips, bro.
My lips are luscious. Fuck that. No? But just for the top, it's really annoying. So I like this I like this video conferencing thing, StreamYard. But like what I don't like is that they put error messages on the screen, like on the visual area, right? So because we're using Discord for audio, right? You'll see like when you talk into the mic, StreamYard will tell you that the mic is muted, and it'll put this like little thing, this little notification right on the visual, which is really annoying. So I cover that up. I cover that up with a banner that has my social media, but that cuts off the tops of people's heads. So if they're sitting too high, it'll cut off the head. So Stardust was up top over there, but part of her head was being cut off. Wiggle, like, he can't sit up for like the fucking life of him. So he goes there. And half baked take. And Scott is losing a little bit of his head, but he's so handsome. Like the 90% that he has left, right, more than makes up for it. So yeah, that's how I decided that.
Or what you could do
Blasphemy.
is you could all make sure that you subscribe and you donate to PrimeCayes, and you can bully him then with all of your donations into getting a real fucking computer so that he can stop using this shit program and just use his boosted Discord server. But he clearly can't do that right now because Daddy PrimeCayes needs an R9 processor so that he can upgrade to that higher echelon of individuals that don't need multiple shitty programs running at the same time.
I'm just like, this is blasphemy, honestly, man. Like, I just have a really high desk. Like, it's just like my chair can't go any higher. I can't move it higher. I have a very nice chair and I have great posture. And most of the time you see me, I am standing, like, I am so alert. My back is straight as fuck. I don't slouch or anything. It's not my fault that this table, I can't lower it. It's not my fault. And then the depth perception you have of me is very different because my PC is large, so it makes everything look weird. Like,
I mean, it's okay to be short, dude. It's all right.
I'm not short, all right.
My chair, dude.
I saw
my chair
I'm portable.
is all the
I'm
way
portable.
down. Okay,
all right.
This is
I saw
my chair. Okay.
a meme today said Fiona even picked an
All the way down.
over a short person.
The truth.
Sorry, short guys.
So then we gotta ask Wiggle, how tall are you?
I'm 5'11". I tell people that I'm 5'10", specifically because of this kind of bullshit. Is that if you tell people you're 5'11", immediately they want to talk about how close you are to being 6 foot. And if you tell them you're 5'10", they just shut the fuck up and accept that you gave them your height. Like it's ridiculous. And then you got these guys.
What you're
like,
telling
probably
us
tall
is
as fuck.
that
You guys are probably tall as fuck.
You say you want us to trust you, but you admit to lying about your height. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So are you telling me that you're actually like 5'4"?
No, I'm not 5'4". And this is the other thing.
He's
This is the other thing.
5'11". He's 6'2" on Tinder, ladies.
He's 6'4". Are you kidding me?
You 6 foot people are like ridiculously, like, anyone here who's like a normal height understands what I go through. Is that in this political environment on Twitch, it seems like every guy has gotten like the 6 foot gene. It's like all these dudes are like 6 foot something, and it's like that's not reality. That's not reality. You guys are not indicative
I'm gonna out
of the
myself
average
right
person.
now. I'm gonna out myself right now. I'm not 6 foot, and I'm shorter than 5'11". I'm not like a
Thank
midget,
you,
but
thank
yeah,
you.
for
All
real,
right, and I
for
would
real.
never look down upon
If I
you.
could be
Except
presence-
that you
my
would,
presence
because
is
you're
strong.
5'11", he's not.
I'm also
be
shorter than
if I
6
could-
feet, if it makes you feel any better.
If I could be shorter, I would do it. Like if I could be like 3 or 4 inches shorter, I would fucking.
Yeah,
just do it.
but Fabian,
real
aren't you like 6'8" or 7'11" or some shit like that? I
The
don't know.
legend keeps growing every time. Like I get taller and taller.
Here's the real
I'm not
question:
that
Would
tall.
you rather lose 3 inches off your height or 1 inch off your wee wee?
Well, I want to lose 3 inches.
Honestly, like,
I don't know.
I don't
if
need
that's
to
gonna-
ride
I
him.
don't know if that's gonna-
I like them, but I'm not going to ride them.
It's quite the
I don't know.
question.
That doesn't
make
Got a
any
lot of
sense.
feelings
It's
out
like,
of that Stardust.
It's like I just heard you'd like to be 3 inches shorter and you'd be happier. Which would you rather prefer?
will not
I'm
admit
asking everybody, Scott. I'm not asking only you. Okay.
Hey, some of us don't have an inch to give. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, we're spread thin. It's time for austerity. We cannot be making, like, we can't do this kind of large amount of government spending. It doesn't work like that, all right?
I need all my inches everywhere. You know, I gotta keep them strong. So
Half baked, how tall are you?
6'2".
Of course.
Classic.
Starter, you said you're 5'2"?
5'2" and a half.
5'2" and a half. Everyone, and a half. Okay, don't forget
That's
that part. It's very important.
That's adorable, actually.
She's adorable. No, she's adorable. This is great.
Yeah, that's the benefit, right?
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Is that the
If you're
vibe you want,
5'2"
Stardust?
male,
To be
if
called
you're
just
5'2"
adorable?
male, you're a runt.
I can only look.
You're a monster. If you're 5'2" male, you're a Furby or some shit. Like,
Nah, dude, I got like the body physique of like Danny DeVito. Okay,
Dude,
so
I just
we're
lost-
evening things out here.
I just lost like 70% of my viewers, all right? And I'm pretty sure they were all short. Like, I just lost so many 5'8" and under.
They would
dudes.
rise up against you, but how would you ever notice? They're
How
so
are
short,
you?
know?
Not so erudite.
How tall am I?
She's 6 foot, statuesque 6 foot.
I'm 5'7".
She's
5'7".
lying. She wants to like under.
I'm
I knew
jealous.
she was tall when I talked to her at first, right? And she's like a 5'7".
5'7"
Okay,
tall
sure,
for a female?
whatever.
So
I think
that's
it's like
average.
yeah, I think it's pretty average.
I think
Yeah.
5'6" is
5'4" is
the-
average for a
that's
woman.
definitely not
in
average.
America.
Yeah, Stardust
I always go off American averages because the rest of the world doesn't even matter.
I think
It doesn't
5'6"
matter.
is Canada's average, so I'm really close to average.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
And
I think
do you be-
5'4" is America's average.
That's
Doobie, you're like
No,
6'2"?
Yeah.
Really?
No, I'm 6'4".
I hate you. I hate all of you. Like, and then y'all talk about shit like, yeah, I understand what the average person goes through. You don't. You don't
No,
even
you
understand the average.
But you know
I-
what? Why don't
Going
you
through
live
it
a life?
worse.
No.
5'11" is-
Tell me how you feel, okay?
You don't understand. You
5'4".
don't understand what it's like to be this tall. Like the negative shit.
Oh,
that
I've
comes
heard
with
all
being
the
this tall.
I try to take a
Wait.
shower and I have to go at a weird angle.
No, you don't even know. Like, dude. Like, hold
Sure,
on.
use your height privilege and complain about it,
Multiple-
and
hold on,
no one. That's like a pretty girl being like, you to be this
No,
pretty.
I have-
It's
I
like
have-
nobody gives
I
a
have-
fuck. Like we don't
I
care.
have-
Even if there
hold
are
on, hold on.
legitimate issues that come with
No,
it, nobody
I
gives a
have-
fuck.
Not so erudite. Listen, I have hit my head on ceiling fans.
Yeah.
I find cobwebs and
Chandeliers,
spider webs all the time with
cabinets.
my face.
Yeah, I still
Um,
think short guys
like,
would trade
you
that
getting all of
instantly.
life-
Brooms
Hidden
and like
unlockable.
vacuums and
Right.
shit. They're all made for like short people. So like I'm vacuuming.
You're
like,
getting all those
it's like-
RPG endgame shit.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Never
Trading.
unlocked.
Walking,
would
walking
trade
under,
balls.
walking under
Short guys
trees
would
is like
trade balls.
Every time I'm trying to do
fucking
yard
dangerous.
work or something, I look like fucking Baba Yaga, like hunched over, like I'm giving out abortions to like young
Short
Russian
guys-
women. if
What
they
kind of
just
yard
live
work are
enough
you
to
doing?
afford
I
it.
see a
Yeah.
cobweb. I see a
What?
cobweb near a ceiling, and I think, whoa, I need some I need to become an engineer to get that shit. You just see that shit, and it's like, and then that's it, and it's over.
Yeah, but like bottom shelves, like I have lower back problems, dude. Like it's so, like nothing
Oh
is on the
my
bottom
God.
shelf.
You know, you can
Because
correct
over
most of those
many
problems with just like
Short
posture and
guys-
exercise. So.
Short guys would
I appreciate
cut
it.
off
That
their
was
right
the most
God, how
arm.
tall are you?
polite fat joke I've ever heard in my entire life.
That's not a fat joke at
Scott.
all. Most postural problems in the lower back can be corrected by like posture and exercise. It's not about being like
Scott, how tall
beach
is
body.
That's
It's
true.
about just like
That's fine.
strengthening your stability muscles.
Stretch in the morning. Do some stretching.
don't listen to them. It's CBD.
Scott- I think Scott said he's 6'2".
CBD. That's the only answer.
You said
There's
you're 6'2",
another-
right? 6'5".
There's another part to that.
Oh, Scott,
that
you're
plant.
too tall. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's like awkward.
There's like a sweet spot, right? So
Yeah,
under
no,
6'3"
exactly,
as a
like-
man is like deaf. Over 6'4" is like giraffe status. You're like a length.
Yeah,
like,
no, like
disgusting.
it's awkward sometimes. Like I can't like every single group photo that I've ever been in is like a bunch of people like, yay, and then me like, hi guys, and it's like fucking awkward. Like when I go to the DMV, right? I actually have to squat to take my driver's license photo because
That's
I
sad.
can't stand up because the camera doesn't reach to my head height. And so I have to like squat and lean against
What-
the wall.
hear this.
Doobie-
And I'm like,
Never had to go on your tippy toes for something. You know how
Wow.
like, fascinating that is to be like,
to ask another grown man to grab something for you off
find
the
a
top
chair,
shelf.
step on.
That's gotta suck,
dude,
dude.
you just gotta be like a WWE star, like a luchador, and just carry like a step ladder with you everywhere.
There you go.
Doobie thinks that anyone who is like not his exact height is a freak. So,
DB thinks a
A
lot of things.
giraffe
But true story
or-
here,
I'm just saying there's a
story
sweet
on the-
spot. I'm genetically perfect. What can I tell you?
on the reaching for stuff above your head, like at Walmart, I wanted some chips. Yeah, or not some chips, some juice. Cranberry juice, specific kind of cranberry is on the top aisle. No one was around, and I wasn't gonna like climb the aisles to get it. So I leapt to get that shit, and I missed, and the thing came tumbling down and spilled everywhere. And I just left. I was like, nope, I don't need it that much. And I just left the
I mean, it's
store.
kind of it's always kind of cute to see kids try to get their own juice box.
Wow.
You were on CCTV footage somewhere. Managers just laughing at you, just showing fucking their employees like, look at this guy trying to jump and grab juice.
I'm not even dogging you for that, man. I've dropped a 40 because I wanted to like one of these. There's like these Asian food markets in in New York City, and then I'd gone to one, and they had like all these chocolatey Eclair things, like these espresso little wafers and stuff. And I bought a shitload. I was with my friends, and I dropped out of my bag. My drawstring bag broke, and my 40 fell, and all I saw was like glass and liquid on the ground and a huge noise, and I didn't realize what had happened. And then I just knew it had something to do with me. And there's people looking at me, and I did the same thing you did, bro. I'm no hero. I was just like, bro, let's get out of here. And then he just made it look like it was somebody else because you can't see where it came from. It's just a broken bag. So we just walked away and went like, "Yo, what? That's crazy."
I was in Barcelona, and I was having dinner with this woman that I met there, and like we were in like an Asian restaurant, and I had ordered something, right? And I was just talking to this woman, and she said something like, "Great," I thought it was awesome, so I threw my hands up like this, like hooray, you know? And just as I did that, my waiter was coming with my food. I knocked
No, the tray with the
the
food.
tray, and I looked at that man. He wanted to punch me in the back of my head. He was like, "No, I'm so sorry."
Oh nah, and you probably did all that shit like that you have to say, but they don't even want to hear like "I'm so sorry," don't worry, I'm sorry. You try to clean up, and they tell you stop.
Like, no way. All right, yeah. So yeah, Barcelona like Spain. Okay, let's get started. We have all our participants here. All right. Thank you all for coming and for your patience to the audience. All right. So this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching us on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. We have an amazing group of individuals here. Excited to have them. So we'll start by introducing them. Start with my man Wiggle. He's in first position. He shouldn't be in first position. Okay, we'll ignore Wiggle for now. We'll go to Scott. Scott, thank you for coming through. Thanks for being a part of all this. Scott, how are you?
Doing great. First night back. Co-host moved in. We're gonna fucking make this a full-time thing, I think. What are you doing, Mark? Say hello. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There he is. Why do you not want to be on camera? You're a fucking Twitch stream. What are you talking about? All right. Anyways, so I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You'll see me doing the debates and stuff. But we're a duo stream, anarcho-capitalists, and do a bunch of different type of content and fun stuff. So come check us out.
Hey, thank you. Next we'll go to Half Baked Takes, right? Half Baked Takes. Thank you. But how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Prime, for having me on again. I really appreciate you always having me. I'm Happy Takes, your friendly neighborhood enlightened centrist. I post discussions to YouTube and stream to Twitch occasionally, maybe more in the future. You can find me on Twitter. Sub and donate to Prime while we're on here tonight. And thank you all of the other guests. Excited to talk to you.
Hey, all right. Next we'll go to because she's not ready. Not so erudite. I love going to people who aren't actually ready. Could you hear us?
I can hear you. Yeah, I was just grabbing something from someone.
So erudite, back with us. You were here last week for something. Right?
Monday, I think, or maybe the week before. I don't know. I've been on.
I don't know. It's Twitch streamers. None of this means anything. It's just all blurs into one. Anyway, erudite. I'm excited. However many times you've been here, maybe 1,000. I don't know.
I actually run your channel. This is my channel, and I'm.
Yeah, well, there you go. That makes sense, right? It'll be more successful that way. Tell a little about yourself.
Sure. Yeah, I'm your fellow average Canadian. So I'm excited to weigh in on this Canadian topic. I just recently started streaming. I tend to focus more on like socio-cultural stuff, psychology, mental health, kind of living life well stuff, but then I also have been dabbling my toes into politics because can't resist getting outside of your scope, right? But to be fair, I never claim professional expertise in political sphere, so I won't do that here either. So yeah, thanks for having me, Prime.
Okay. So I like erudite. So I'm going to ignore that Canadian comment. That didn't happen because good people can't be Canadians. All right, let's go to Joe Lewis. Joe Lewis, MVP. We call him that for a reason. Joe Lewis is back here. Joe Lewis, how are you?
Yeah, no, I'm doing well. Thanks for waiting up. I didn't get a little complicated, so sorry about the time discrepancy. But yeah, no, I'm glad to be here. Topic is pretty solid, so hopefully things will be productive and good.
Yeah, and no worries, Joe. You're worth waiting for, right? Wiggle, I don't know.
You act like you've ever waited for me. You act
we
like
would have
you've never
started.
waited for me.
If it was Wiggle, we would have started early. We would have started 2 hours early. He would have showed up. No, no, I'm just kidding. But thank you so much. All right, next we got Stardust. Stardust, who has been in my DMs. Stardust, who's been very angry with me. I mean, you've been very angry with me.
I haven't been mad at you. What are you talking about?
You've been highly annoyed with me the entire time.
I haven't even been annoyed with you. I just am sad that you're not paying attention to me anymore, You just never say hi, never acknowledge that I exist anymore. Jeez, Prime. Okay. Hi,
Sounds familiar,
everybody. I'm
Stardust.
Stardust. Yeah, sounds really familiar, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Why are you ignoring me, Prime? Why are you ignoring me?
I have nothing but love for you, Stardust.
I don't believe you. I don't
Let's
believe
make
you.
this
You
the
hurt me.
panel topic. This is
You
far
hurt
more
me very
interesting than
badly.
Canada.
You hurt me very
But you
badly.
see, Erudite came along, and I was like, oh, well, I had the one lady for the the referee. So
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Just always blame me when in doubt. That's a simple solution.
Yeah. Well, it's always blaming another woman, isn't it? This is the nerve of these people, really. My name is Stardust. I do politics streams. I'm also the #2 Power Wash Simulator streamer on Twitch, and also I do panels as well. I host Chaos Cast every Saturday, where I ask you whether you'd rather frick your mom or your dad. So yeah, check me out.
He's a bundle of fun. Seriously, check her out. Okay, a tiny bundle of fun. Moving on. Wick, thank you for coming back. We love Wick. Wick was on the open a little while ago, but like, hey guys, I'm a big fan of Wick, right? Wick's opinions annoy the shit out of me. I'm a big fan of Wick, as I phrase it. He's a nice guy. I'm happy to have him here. Thanks for coming back. I know things have been difficult for you, but you make some time again for the community, and the community appreciates it. So especially since your best friend in chat, Boji, she has been ecstatic. She's been DMing me constantly about the love she has for you, right? And your beard, and your face, and your voice. She loves it all.
Well, it's good to have fans. It's good to be back. It's good to be welcome back. I know I kind of had to just ghost everyone for a while, but had to deal with shit. Real life's important, and this goes for everyone. If you are having issues in real life, that's far more important than anything on here. So deal with that instead. That's the healthy way to go about it. That said, I am very glad to be back here. I'm very glad to be back in this space. I'm going to try to once again become a presence of some sort, or at least let my voice be heard. And so I'm not streaming again yet, but soon you can find me at my channel Death of Certainty, and that's what I'm about. Death of Certainty. To realize that no matter how certain we are of things, we might be wrong. And to just have that in mind. And I've talked to most of you before. Like I dressed up as a dog on Stardust Chaos Cast panel once and yelled at Bobby and Scott for a while, about puppy supremacy. And that's the only kind of supremacy I'll ever support is puppy supremacy. But it's good to be here. I'm excited for these topics. I'm glad to have this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Wow. Next we have our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie back with us once again. Ecstatic to have me literally every time, because Doobie is good times. So Doobie, tell a little about yourself.
I'm Doobie, and I'm a nice person. And I'm not a racist. And fuck you, Boj. Wick is cool.
Wick is cool. I think that's it, right? Are we done? I think we're done.
That's
No, oh, also Wiggle. Wiggle is here. Wiggle, fantastic mod. Seriously, he actually does a lot for the community. So shout out to my man Wiggle. Wiggle is here with us. How
Not
are
a
you doing?
compliment, man. Like I don't want these people to know I'm a mod. You know, so it's embarrassing. You know, like they don't look at our kind well here, man. Around these parts, like a mod is like looked down upon. It's like you're a second class citizen. It's like if I tell someone I'm a mod, it doesn't mean it's not a good thing. It's they'll look down at me like, "Ugh, you're willing to do that," you know. So please, like relax. But other than that, like, yeah, it's nice. I'm actually in rare spirits. I'm actually doing pretty good. Normally these panels are at a time period where it's like I'm either really hungry or like I slept incorrectly or some shit. And for some reason today, like I got all my sleep, I had time to prepare and then I just I ate earlier in the day, so like I feel more like an adult and I'm ready to just take on every single person on this panel with good intentions and leave victorious, all right, repeatedly.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, let's just get cracking. Uh, topic one. In the capital of Canada, Ottawa, I'm told. I don't really care. There is a massive protest demonstration led by truckers. It's called the Freedom Convoy, and the participants have used their vehicles to block city streets and blare their horns. The protest has been linked to far right actors. Ottawa's mayor has declared a state of emergency and is ready to deploy police forces. Residents have said they are scared to leave their homes. What should the police response be? Should they give the protesters room to make themselves heard? Or should they crack down on lawlessness? Do you think the response from the police would change if the races of the participants were different? Yep, we're talking about the Freedom Convoy. You guys have all heard it's like a meme at this point, I think. But yeah, it's a thing that's happening. Yeah. But hold on, I think I missed something. No, I didn't. I'm the miss Joe. Okay. So we'll get started with introductions. We'll go with Wiggle.
Yeah, I'd say like I want to preface that like I'm not Canadian, so like anything I say, I wanna be clear because I hate it when Canadians tell me about what things are going on in the United States. I'm not gonna know what's going on, so whatever I'm saying is from the purview of reading information. I don't live there. I don't know the situation of Canadians in Ottawa or what they think about like the police. But outside of that, I'd say that coming from what I understand of America, I think like was largely wrong about my ideas about the pandemic and like what divides us in America. At this point in time, I believe that liberals don't actually care about the mask mandates or vaccines or what have you. It's more about belief and like your institutions being correct and the idea that it's easy. The liberals want something that's easy. They want to go along with it as long as it makes sense. And I believe that conservatives have taken this stance that I didn't believe at first, but now I believe, which is just not that I personally, but I believe that they believe this, is that personally they think this is like an erosion of something. There's an erosion of like a certain virtue of or value that's happening when you impose a mandate. And I think this gets conflated whenever you read these newspapers, is that they're catering to like whatever you think on the left. They want you to see these individuals and think, oh, they're against vaccines and they're against this or what have you. When I think it's more indicative of them being against a removal of choice, like a force, which I don't agree with, but at least I can sit here and understand where they're coming from instead of ignoring that truth. I also find it's really interesting that whenever there's like some sort of like revolt or some sort of like little protest that expands, this is not a little protest. It's pretty big. There's always this idea of splintering it from like a hegemonic force like a government. So in this instance, they come after these people and they say, look, there's swastikas, Confederate flags. It's like all the enemies of the past DLC come out and they take this idea that these white people are racist. They know what they want, and what they want is something like terrible. And I think like this is kind of what they did with Black Lives Matter in the United States, right? Is they took this opposite approach. Is they looked at people that were protesting about something they disliked, and they said, "Oh, these are angry black people that don't even know what they want." And if they don't even really know if it's appeasable or it's something, and they don't know what they want, and that's how you're supposed to view them, as angry and black. And then when it's these white individuals that have these beliefs, all of a sudden it's, oh, they know exactly what they want, and what they want is racist, and what they want is this. but I don't really think that's the case for the vast majority, and that's it.
Thank you so much. Scott, go, and please be slightly more concise and wiggle. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so this topic has about 10 questions in it that could all be topics for a panel. So it makes it kind of difficult to answer because it's such an open-ended topic, but not just open-ended. You asked several questions that need to be answered. So I guess in terms of the idea of them being tied to far-right actors or, the conflating of their ideas as racist, I'm not one to to try and reinvent the wheel. I think Pierre Pelevra kind of already said it best when he said, quote, just because Justin Trudeau dressed up in racist costumes so many times he can't remember them all doesn't mean every member of the Liberal Party is a racist. Or when he said, just because he tried to help a corporation avoid prosecution for stealing from some of Africa's poorest people doesn't mean that every member of the Liberal Party is a racist. I think, trying to disparage an entire movement because there's a couple of crazy people or a couple of people with symbols that you don't like is no different than when conservatives try and say that like every Black Lives Matter protest was like Antifa or like, terrorists that wanted to burn down buildings just because some of them were doing that. And we got, from the media over and over and over again, we got mostly peaceful protests while standing in front of burning buildings. But, now it's, we saw a swastika in there somewhere and it totally wasn't a federal agent or a Boogaloo boy. It's representative of the entire movement. Now, moving forward, I really don't, what I find really interesting about this, and I think should kind of preface all the other stuff that we'll talk about, is I love that the left loves to talk about working class people until working class people actually voice their opinions. Right? Like the left loves to talk about how they care about the poor and they care about working class. And then you have these truckers coming out and trying to stop an authoritarian government that has been violently attacking them for years. And then they say, oh, well, this is ridiculous. It's, the whole country hates it. Well, 77% of Canadians support the Freedom Convoy. So that ought to tell you something because 23% don't support it, which is also the exact same percentage of Canadians that are young Earth creationists. So if you're against this convoy, just know that you're in the same minority percentage-wise as people that don't believe in evolution. That's how fringe your idea is. And I think we'll get into more stuff and we'll just leave it at that. If you don't support the Freedom Convoy, you don't give a fuck about the working poor, and you are and you're in the same minority of individuals that support young Earth creationism.
That's
a no and concise. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's go to half baked takes.
Well, it's kind of your fault with the topic.
I'll be real quick. I'm concerned that this argument is getting conflated with these truckers being anti-vax when in fact they're just anti-mandate. I think that will end up being part of the discussion. I do think it's interesting that there's only been like 60 criminal investigations opened post arrest, so it seems like it's a pretty peaceful demonstration. They are being pretty fucking annoying with the honking and shit, but what are you gonna do? That's their right to do so. And then if people are committing crimes, arrest them. But other than that, I don't have a problem with them doing this shit. And I do think it's good that it's going to be up on the ballot coming up here shortly for them to vote on the vaccine mandates.
So much erudite.
Sure, yeah, I'll be super quick. I think mostly this convoy is a really good test of people's level of consistency in their positions. I think if you have like really big issues with it for certain reasons, you should make sure that you've approached other potential protests with a similar lens, but I'm big on consistency. Overall, I will say criminals are bad, doing criminal crimes, bad, never supporting that. And I think it's really important that protest leaders denounce criminal actions, Nazi flags, all those things. I think it's fundamental to keeping the integrity of a protest. I don't know if I necessarily care one way or the other about the protest specifically. However, I think it is within any group's purview to protest, but I think that the line that's being drawn right now with the Canadian protest is that the question is, when is it considered unlawful if not tons of crimes are happening, but like quality of life for all those around it is markedly diminished.
Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a more dedicated effort and preventative measures, considering that there has been examples of extremism infiltrating these groups and the message, and then just like documented a heavily documented evidence of different acts of violence and criminality. And then on top of that, like even there's like the part within the GoFundMe, because GoFundMe said based on their actions on there, they relinquished the funds or suspended them. I personally don't agree with that, but maybe we can get into like specifics of why I disagree there. Generally, I think as soon as possible, Canada needs to close off Wellington Street, which is right in front of Parliament Hill, and create a no, at the very least, a no parking or standing within the red zone, which may already exist. I'd have to double check on the semantics about how red zones navigate. But generally speaking, I think they have to get the trucks out of Wellington Hill, leave it exclusively for essential travel, and then also creating no stopping and standing in essential businesses. So I would rope in hospitals, schools, homeless shelters, government buildings, federal monuments, and stuff like that. Just so that there's no vandalism at these places. I can't really speak towards like the police role as it relates to race since I'm not Canadian. And the relationship between police bias in the States is vastly different than what we're dealing with or what Canadians are dealing with. So maybe somebody who's Canadian can maybe speak on that a little bit more.
Not Canadian, thank God for that. All right, let's move on to Stardust.
So I think, as others have said here, everybody has the right to protest. It's probably one of the more integral parts of participating in like a country's politics. Obviously, acts of violence should be condemned, and if there is a situation in which emergency vehicles are having trouble getting through, we should alleviate that. But I did want to push back a little bit on what Scott was saying on that this convoy is representing like working class truckers. It's been condemned by trucking industry groups, and the Canadian Trucking Alliance has reported that a large number of protesters had no connection to trucking. And I like, while I'm all for the, again, I'm all for the right to protest. You know, there are other working class groups that are affected by this. You okay, buddy? There are plenty of other working class
You've been
groups that
muted
are
because
affected.
it's your intro.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I think there are other working class groups that are affected by this. So you know, it is important to pay attention to that. There have been medical workers who've been advised to not wear scrubs on the way to work because of the animosity that some of the protesters have towards them. Other than that, I have no problem with people protesting. So I think that, you know, go ahead, protest.
Vic, please.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat a lot of what's been said. I think that more important than what is being protested is protecting the right to protest. And when we talk about issues or groups that we may fundamentally disagree with, and we may fundamentally think are wrong or morally bankrupt, we should still protect their right to protest. Because when we do that, we protect the societal norms, and we protect the privilege it is, and the fundamental right we should have as citizens, either of Canada or of America, or really anywhere in the world, to be able to voice our opinions, even if those opinions are something that people find distasteful and offensive. And I think that while I think it's a little silly what they're doing, I support their right to do that. I think what GoFundMe did was terrible, and I think that has a lot of connotations going forward that we need to really be careful of, and it's a giant red flag to me going forward about GoFundMe just suspending their funding and issuing refunds to everyone. That was handled terribly poorly. When it comes to the government and how the government's handling it, I mean, as far as I can tell, and again, I don't live in Canada. As far as I can tell, mostly they've been fine. I mean, they're annoyed, they're mad, they've issued arrests when violence occurred, and I think that's within their purview too. And to the question, would it be different if the races were different? Well, we don't have to ask that question if we think, because there have been many protests where Indigenous people have blocked rail lines and blocked transportation networks and things in order to protest how they've been treated, and they were handled fairly well by the government up there. I don't think anything was too heavy-handed. So all in all, I think this acting as if it's the end of the world, that this group is protesting, and that but groups outside of the country have funded it. I mean, the politicians there really want to cut off funding from outside of their country. I don't think they want that. I think a lot of them get money from out international sources. So that's what I think. No.
Okay. Doobie.
So the questions you asked were, what should the police response be? I think if the protests are illegal, they should be broken up. If people are delivering fuel to them or helping them out with food and whatever, like they've had reports of, those people should probably be fined or arrested. If they, the next question was, should they give the protesters room to make themselves heard, or should they crack down on the lawlessness? I think they've been heard, right? I think everybody knows, what the fuck they're there for. Unfortunately, to the people in Ottawa, they can definitely hear these fucking truckers, right, all the fucking time, right? Almost 90% of Ottawa wants them gone. The vast majority of Canadians support more restrictions for the unvaccinated, not less. So they've been heard. People disagree with them. Break up the protests, impound the trucks, and send them home.
To the panel.
So,
All right.
just
Oh my
real
God.
quick,
So,
I
go ahead.
just real quick to Doobie's point that they're being disruptive to the people in Ottawa. Isn't that the point of protest, to be disruptive? That's
Sure.
how it's effective, is when you disrupt things. And so, to a point,
Sure, but
we
so
should
you have a right to
allow
protest. Okay, you have a right to protest and to be loud and annoying, but given that this is an illegal protest and what they're actually doing is blockading a lot of streets that people need to go down to get to work and live their lives, this is not a legal protest. Right? This is not within their right to protest.
So
And you guys love democracy so much. The vast majority of people in that city want them gone. The disruption to their lives is not worth these people's right to scream about how angry they are that they need to get vaccinated. And the vast majority of the country supports more restrictions on these
That's a
people.
lie.
No, you
That
could treat
is not
this.
a lie.
You
do-
could treat
Argus
this like
Street
you do
poll-
with
Argus
any
Street
loud
poll-
noise
Argus
violation.
Street poll
They could.
just
I do
one
want
second,
to
Scott.
say-
Scott.
4% of Canadians
There-
want to get rid of all mandates.
Okay,
Wait, hold
so
on.
the convoy,
Scott.
yeah. So the Canadian Trucking Alliance said that there is a large portion of these protesters that are not associated with trucking at all.
Yeah,
So
and,
I mean,
and Jeff Bezos
and-
went on Facebook and said that the Amazon workers.
I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished. Look, I'm just saying that I support their right to protest, right? But if it does interfere with like emergency vehicles coming through, or if there are frontline workers that are being harassed, then there is an issue
That's
there.
not true. The Freedom Convoy has been training people and has individuals going through to make sure that all emergency vehicles are getting through.
Okay, that's good then. Yeah, but there have been several. I think it was a couple of emergency vehicles were attacked, and then there were like advisories given out to like medical workers to like not wear scrubs outside because of they'll get harassed or whatever. So
I mean, a lot.
And the big problem is the noise. The big problem is the noise and the disruption to people's lives on a day-to-day basis. These protests could continue, and then they could enforce a noise restriction the same way that they treat like people's like sound systems in their car or having a party at night and being too loud. It's as simple as doing something like that. Hey, if you guys want to stay in this spot and continue to be here and be a presence here, that's fine. But you can't make fucking massive amounts of noise disrupting the day-to-day lives of people out of Ottawa.
Wait, but it isn't. Hasn't the protest been declared illegal?
It's bordering
not
on
from
legal.
my
Trudeau has said it is
understanding, no.
moving in the direction of being illegal. He has not declared it objectively illegal. And
They've made the honking illegal.
Well, they're injunctioning it because, to be clear about the honking, just so people know, at the ground level, it's 100 decibels pretty much constantly, and in people's homes that live around it, it's about 95 decibels. You can get ear damage within 15 minutes of those decibels. So it's not just like annoying noise; it's like actually like damaging. If you have things like any sort of like ear injury, so like if you have a cochlear injury, you'd like if I lived there, I would literally have to evacuate because it would be like I have an inner ear injury. I couldn't fucking be there. So it's like it's a little bit more than just like annoying honking. And that's a part where we're saying this is starting to border on like illegal because of that, and
What
like
about the
harassing people trying to go to work.
But
What about the people who have committed suicide from these fucking lockdowns? What about the authoritarian state? This is violence committed upon the people of
Scott,
Canada.
they're not
They're
protesting
fucking
the
fighting back.
lockdowns. They're not
So
protesting
then
the
January
lockdowns, Scott.
31st,
Lockdowns and mandates.
They're
Ottawa
protesting the
paramedics
mandate.
announced that
protesting the
protesters
mandate.
threw rocks at an
What are you
ambulance.
talking about?
I mean, even if the sound is not, and it sounds like the sound is a very big issue. Even if we take the sound out of it, right? There have been instances that these paramedics were attacked. They had rocks thrown at them. They were called racial slurs.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have massive protests. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
like
shit
I
like
think
that,
the
shit like that
thing-
you can't
from
point to shit like
BLM
that.
protests,
It's too big of a
right?
protest.
It's
way
part
too
of what
large
happens in massive protests.
Yeah, but we should speak out and say like that's
Yeah.
that's
No,
an
we should be
issue,
speaking
and
out.
leaders
Hey,
of that
yeah,
protest need to
people
say that we denounce this, right? It's important that
but
the
this is
leaders of the
laughable.
movement
This is
denounce the
laughable.
Nazi flag. Like that was important
Well,
for them
I
to
mean,
do, and they
okay,
didn't.
come on
these
here.
are
Like,
essential
because
it's
workers.
important that-
Paramedics, really?
Your
Paramedics?
media
You
is
want to
trying to
justify?
use-
You
what
want to
kind of
justify
perverse-
the
to use
usage
its
of
power
violence on
paint them,
paramedics?
and then wants nothing but fucking
Look-
soundbite clips, and they
look-
know the media is their enemy, so they're telling them to go fuck themselves
Look-
because the truckers have enough power, and the
Let's
farmers
just
that are
fuck
breaking
over
through have
all
enough
the
power.
working class medical workers then. Just fuck
what
them.
kind of perverse democracy is that? Of like, we need to step up and we need to protest the protesters.
Yeah,
That's
the
democracy.
medical
No, you just
Like,
announce it. Like all you need to
like-
do is police your own. It's
all you
fundamental.
need to do is
Just
police
listen to
your
me.
own. It's
Just
up
please,
close.
please, just let me talk.
Well, they are.
Please just let me talk.
Erudite, please. Erudite, please.
Okay, it is fundamental that protesters do their best to disown those that they don't agree with because it makes their movement more meaningful and it makes it have better charge. If they actually want to like change all these mandates, which I'm not even necessarily agreeing with them, what they need to do, it's the same critiques I've had of movements on either side. Denounce the bad actors that don't represent your group. If there's one group that I'm pretty sure it's only one Nazi flag, but there's been quite a few Confederate flags, just denounce it. Just be like, those fuckers aren't with us. Just go on Facebook. And I've been trolling through their Facebook and their Twitter for hours and their TikTok to try to see if they would ever call out these individuals to say, hey, just by the way, we don't stand by the assaults. And that hasn't really happened.
And it's
I
the
kicked
same
out the
thing.
Nazi
It's the
flag.
same. We can look at the BLM
What are you
protests too. Like when there's rioting, I think we would be consistent and say that they should denounce that type of rioting, right? But if there's violence being committed, right? If there are hate speech being broadcasted, if there are hate
Please define
symbols
hate
flying
speech. You're gonna
around.
use silly terms.
Okay, all right. So if there are hate symbols flying around, then they should denounce that.
This
They
is
kick
this is,
them out.
this is laughable though. This is just a liberal excuse of like, all right, if you did this thing, and I imagine if they did, you guys wouldn't care. You'd go on to the next thing. Like, what does being a Nazi have to do with like protesting against like a mandate? Like you guys will find anything to stick on and be like,
I have said
this
that.
is the,
I have
you
said
should have
that I
done this
agree.
or legitimize your
Wait,
protest.
Wig,
Well-
come on. I said at the very beginning of my statement that I support the right to protest. As soon
But you
as it
added a
starts-
but, and that but is where
Yes,
lies
as soon-
every
Of
liberal.
Of course, there's
As-
always allowed to be
no.
caveats
Yeah,
to any
there's-
position. That's how you
Yeah.
introduce
Nuance
nuance
is
into
the
the
thing.
conversation.
Nuance is the
Yeah,
thing. This
Wig.
package
You guys
deal,
want-
just real
you
quick,
guys want
just
to
real
go
quick,
and get
this
a like
package deal politics that if we accept one thing, we have to swallow it whole, every single bit of it. We can say and be internally consistent and be correct that it's okay to protest. It's good to protest and have your voice heard. But if you commit violence, that the leaders of that protest, just as a good strategy, just as good optics, taking morality out of it, just as good optics. If you
PR.
denounce violence, that's an easy win. That's an easy
Why?
win for you and
Why
for
would you
the
denounce
You're
This is like-
keeping
this
you're
is like-
keeping public
Why would
opinion
you
on your
denounce
side.
violence?
You
Denounce-
guys want a
Paramedics
menu
are
Oh,
there
for like
to
God.
serve other
you
work.
think that
Like,
there's a
you
menu
mean-
and
like,
you could
it's
choose
not
the
a menu.
protest you want.
Violence
why?
is wrong is an
No, it's not.
easy win.
Not when it's
Violence is
defensive.
wrong is an easy win.
So self-defense
how is it
is
defense?
immoral.
How is it defensive if you're throwing
How
rocks
is
and
it
calling
self-defense?
Because
calling
you've been
paramedics
using the
racial
power.
slurs?
This isn't
Because
self-
you've been.
That's
Again,
not defensive.
no,
You're
look,
actually preventing
no.
people from helping people who need
But
them.
this
not
is the
I'm not going to let
scapegoat
you
is
slander
taking
a
that and then
giant
saying that's the whole
taking
movement
one
until you
little fucking
denounce it.
thing. No, what I'm talking about is the violence from the state against the Canadian fucking people. You guys talk about GoFundMe, but why did
That's a rape
GoFundMe do
event,
what they
okay?
did? Why did they do it?
I've
Because the
never heard
police
of
fucking
defensive
pushed them.
racism before,
And
but good
the fucking
stuff.
no, okay, cool. Just throw racism in. Racism and
We're
everything
talking about
magically on
well, I
fucking
brought
right.
up the paramedics. You're saying it's defensive violence. How is calling somebody slurs and
Okay,
throwing
well,
rocks
you know
at
what?
them
You know what?
defensive?
I watched more than one video of BLM protesters pull out white people from their vehicles and beat the shit out
And
of them
that's
and say
wrong.
white
Yeah,
things.
That's wrong.
that's
Therefore,
shitty.
all of BLM is racist,
that's
and we don't have
wrong.
to talk about it.
No,
BLM's
that's
racist.
wrong,
Heard it
and
from
we
Why are you
should
being so
condemn that.
binary about this? Why are you being
That's
so
all
black
I'm
and white about
asking.
this?
This is
That's
not.
all I'm asking.
I'm using her
This is
own
not a
logic in the same way and
situation.
saying
I know
it's
you
fucking
are,
stupid.
but
Scott, I am not disagreeing with you. I would condemn that too, and that's why people should come out and condemn those things, right? So if somebody is throwing rocks at paramedics and calling them slurs, we should condemn
Why are
that.
you lying? Why are you
I
lying?
don't understand.
What do you mean?
Scott,
What am
I
I
know
lying
you're
about?
coming at
Now that
Scott.
I've
I know.
backed you into a corner,
Scott,
now you want to say it's
You're
an
not.
individual.
Scott,
So
I know you're
okay,
coming.
okay.
No.
We're moving forward. We gotta move things along. All right, half-baked takes then
How?
Joe
What
Lewis.
corner?
Scott, I know you're coming at this in the same like the same view of like the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of tyrants type shit. But
Patriots and tyrants, yeah.
or yeah, but that's not what this is. These people aren't facing, the government is not enacting violence upon them, so
Yes,
they're
they're starving people.
What am I lying about, Scott? That's
No,
what I'd like to
The
know.
mayor of Ottawa is intentionally making sure that homeless people die so that people that are there for the freedom convoy can't get into hotels and locking down hotels, and doesn't give a fuck that homeless people in Ottawa actually depend upon those hotels so that they can stay warm. Or the fact that these mandates are getting people to not have
we're
jobs.
we're not seeing the homeless people committing violence.
Homeless
We're
people
not-
almost
the homeless
never use
people aren't-
hotels, just to be clear.
they're
Like
not
that's not
committing
a like that's why shelters and
I'll
stuff
pass
exist.
Doobie. I'm curious what
Shelters
Doobie
were
has to
shut down
say.
for COVID.
Scott,
No,
Scott,
no,
what
they
did
weren't.
I lie about? What did I
That's
lie
fine.
about, Scott? What did I lie about? I'd like to know.
You started off your argumentation as a means of attacking the movement as a whole by trying to take individual
I
things.
actually
Called you out on that,
specifically
and then
said
you
at
tried
the
to defend it.
beginning of my statement that I support the right for people to protest.
And then you
However,
added
when
a caveat and then attacked the movement
yes,
by the actions
no,
of a few
not
individuals.
the
and you painted
movement.
the
When
entire
you
movement that way.
have
I'm not one of your low
emergency
IQ individuals
workers,
on a fucking
I'm not
panel.
going to. Okay,
Step
you
up.
can't fucking talk. You can't. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you bulldoze me. When you prevent emergency workers from providing essential services, yeah, you should condemn that. Just like if the same thing happened at BLM, I would condemn that too. So
not-
I mean,
Okay,
you
let's
not
go
think
to
there should be any
Joe
limit?
Lewis,
Oh.
Joe Lewis, Doobie, and then Wick. All right. Yeah.
I don't really understand the utility if you are a protester to waste time condemning violence within the protest itself. It seems like you should probably spend that time like pushing whatever your propaganda is. And it seems like their demands are really clear. Get rid of vaccine mandates, do away with vaccine passports, and rehire all individuals who were fired due to vaccine compliance. So like if I'm a protester for the Freedom Convoy, I don't see why it's politically advantageous to just condemn violence when that should just be the floor. I don't know why. It just seems like you're just appeasing the liberals when you just say like, oh, like the violence bad. Like no shit, Sherlock, water's wet.
Appeasing the liberals is what keeps like the
status quo.
Status
quo.
not the status quo, but the PR and the optics on your side. It's what keeps the positive outlook on your movement going.
Positive outlook at the status
But
quo.
what is it? What does
If
that
it's going to be
matter?
voted on, you want people to vote in your favor. I don't know how this is like so fucking difficult. If you want people to vote for the end of mandates, you're going to want to convince people to end the mandates.
I've sat through this for a while now. So like, okay, why haven't the protesters tried to collectively bargain with the unions to try to figure out a process if you're actually looking to rehire individuals who were fired due to vaccine compliance? That's something you have to collaborate with truckers unions, businesses, and stuff like that. So why aren't they spending their political energy doing that? If you're looking to do away vaccine passports and mandates, why hasn't there been any sort of communication with Trudeau and Parliament to try to come to some situation where they have a seat at the table and bargain so that they can leave? That these are things that seem more politically advantageous than trying to just condemn violence. Now I understand that like there is a liberal perspective of like making sure that the things that we see on the internet and the things that we see in mass media are nice and peaceful and we can kumbaya and like suck each other's dick. But like I think that if I'm in the Freedom Convoy, I'd rather like use my time with the media
There's
and use my
only
time
one type of
talking to the
eel?
public to
Okay.
just spread the propaganda of getting rid of vaccine mandates, do away with vaccine passports, and rehire individuals, and just make that my messaging. And if you make that messaging clear, then you don't have to condemn violence because they already have the organization to do so. So I don't know.
Joe Lewis, just real quick, they did try and do that, and then Justin Trudeau's like running and hiding and won't talk to them.
Yeah, and the unions distance themselves, I think, out of political reasons. But
Yeah, the unions in the industry is not.
Let's go to Doobie, Wick, and then Wickle.
Yeah, so I think we can all agree that, given that there are thousands of people there, if a handful of them attack some first aid workers or yell racial slurs, right, it doesn't really like paint the whole movement as like racist, right? If one of them had a Nazi flag, it doesn't mean that it doesn't really affect the message that they're putting out. So I think I agree with Scott with that. Not fully agree, but we can kind of set that aside. It's been addressed. They obviously don't support that stuff, or the leaders don't support it. The majority of the people there aren't Nazis or racists or whatever. So I think we can kind of set that aside for now. But what I'm wondering is like, do you guys think that like it's reasonable to expect that the government will comply with their demands, given that they're blockading this area, right? They're slowing down traffic in this city. They're making life hell for people living there. People want them gone. And they vowed to stay there, and they have millions of dollars to do it now, for as long as it takes for all the restrictions to be lifted, right? So I don't think that's a reasonable demand, first off, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect the government to do that, right? So at some point, right, I think you need to accept that they've been heard, and now they need to go home, right? So whether we've crossed, I think they've crossed that point already. But I'm not Canadian, so I don't really give a fuck what happens in Canada. But if this were happening in the United States, we're far past the point where these people need to be broken up, right? The trucks need to be impounded, and they need to be sent home. It's simple. Right.
Yeah.
So like,
I
but
can
Scott, I'm
summarize
wondering,
some points for you,
Scott,
Doobie, real quick.
Scott, I'm
Obey.
wondering, yeah, obey.
Shut
So
up
Scott,
and obey the state.
Yes. So Scott, I'm wondering, how long would you let them sit there? Like, how long do you think it's reasonable for them to be, sitting there with their fucking horns?
I'll
and
answer
their
it this
flag?
way. I'm excited and hoping that the rumors are true, that they're going to block off the Nova Scotia port and shut down the economy to the fucking country until the government obeys. I hope Canada's GDP fucking plummets until the state learns their fucking lesson.
Okay, so at that point, when if they do that, and the government does break up the protests, does start arresting people,
I think they should defend themselves violently.
Does anybody?
Sure. That's what they should do.
Sure.
They should
they
should
can
have their firearms, and
sure.
the police attempt
they can
to
go
bring
into
them
their
up.
trucks, get
They
their
should take
firearms,
back.
and fight the police, of course. So does
Absolutely.
anybody else here agree with that position?
Not at all.
I think it's laughable to think from the perspective of, I want to put a time limit on this. This is how you should maintain. This is the best PR move. It's like a bunch of Elizabeth Warren people. Like what the fuck? Like, these are angry people that are protesting, and then we're all sitting in our homes going like, well, actually, like, the best way for them to get what they want in the electoral process is if they condemn this. They do this. They're angry people. They're angry. Like, if you've ever worked in customer service, you understand how irrational angry people can be. Like, they have a clear idea in mind of what they want.
So what? We're just gonna fuck over people who need like emergency services because of that. That's just gonna be okay.
No, this is a problem. This is a problem. This protest should be able to go as long as they fucking want, as long as they're doing it in a peaceful and reasonable manner. The problem is that for some goddamn reason, Scott wants to go to the far end of like, let's fucking commit offensive violence on the state because of these mandates.
Self-defense.
And then on the other side, it's like, well, yeah, we're not going to shut these protests down because they have a right to protest. I don't give a fuck if they're out there for the next 30 years. As long as they're doing it in a reasonable and peaceful manner, they have the right to do so.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Why don't the people in Ottawa have the right to live their lives without this disruption?
That's what I just said. I said, as long as you're doing it in a reasonable way, which would infer that you're not
not what they're doing right now.
No, I know, but you could adjust it, and you could like people were saying, open up the lanes right in front of Parliament so they can push stuff through. Obviously, if there's emergency vehicles, if emergency vehicles aren't moving, they should be impounded and the owners arrested. There's a lot of things that you could do without going to the extreme of, okay, shut this fucking protest down. That's all
tried.
I'm
I
saying.
don't just
At what
it's-
point do
they
you
did
just
We're
try.
acting. We're
At what-
acting like there's only two options here: let them protest forever and commit some sort of violent revolution, or we have to shut it down immediately, and we cannot allow them to go on in any way, shape, or
No,
form.
it's three,
And
but
that's
okay.
not true at all. This is just so a weird kind of take here. And I do want to push back a lot against what Joe Lewis said. Like, you can do both. You can condemn violence while using that to propagandize, and propaganda is fucking important. And propaganda it works. And if you do it right and correctly, you will have a more successful movement. You could do it poorly and still have some success. You can do it well and still not have a lot of success. But it is a necessary but not sufficient part to any sort of movement that they are able to get the populace on their side. Because in a democracy, that's how policy works. That's how laws get written, is we vote on them. And if you can get a plurality of votes, then you want to do that, because that is what gets things done in America, and I assume Canada. I am not
Seems like
familiar
you're
with their
getting some stuff
parliamentary
done.
system, and to act as if it's okay for a small minority of people, even if they feel that they're being unheard, to commit violence and like shoot at cops and shit like that. That's
Yes.
we do not want
I
that.
said
The
self-defense.
government has the government has the
Authority?
right and the authority and the right and the responsibility to protect its citizens. And if a small group of citizens is causing real harm to the larger portion of the populace, the government needs
You sound
to
like
step
you
in.
sound like MSNBC right now, bro. Like,
Do I get to respond to that, or do you
Joe
wanna just
Lewis.
move on?
Joe Lewis can respond, and then we'll go to DB, who's desperately has his hands up.
Is that what he asked? I was not sure what's going on there.
I don't think protesters should appease liberal propaganda because liberals get upset that things get a little bit shaky and violent. I think that if you are a protester, you should stick to the message and perpetuate your propaganda. And if you do that well enough, then one variation of the non-binary that we're trying to talk about is that maybe it's possible that the police can discern the difference between people who are spreading a message that is very clear and those who are not spreading that message and spreading violence. I think you don't have to do that. I don't think you have to say, oh, violence bad, but
Joe, would you agree that most movements, when looked upon historically, we tend to look at the ones that were peaceful in a more positive light because they tend to, on average, lead to more change?
liberals in the status quo like peaceful protests because they like to ignore the actual violence that exists in those movements.
Thank you.
The civil rights,
Look at like
100%.
the civil rights movement.
Hold on. Am
civil
I
rights
still
movement.
talking? Am I still talking? Did I cut out for a second? Hang on.
It seemed like
You can
paused.
skip me for now. I'm gonna fix my mic because I think you guys can hear me.
No, you're good. You're good, Joe. Turns out I can still hear you.
Oh, perfect, great. I thought my mic was fucked up because people
Joe
were talking
looking
over me.
like the hidden Super Smash Brothers challenger.
Again, protests and movements against the state and institutions are violent. And just because liberals in the status quo can paint it in such a way because of history and time that they were not, doesn't mean that the reality didn't exist, right? These things are violent. You're going to have to get used to that. I'm sorry.
There is
You got a
violence
problem?
within
Cool.
I'm okay
I
with
don't tell you.
violence. Believe
In
me,
and
I'm
of
okay with
itself,
violence.
You get it's multifaceted, dude. There's multiple it's not just like there's a peaceful movement that succeeds. There's always another side. There's always the more violent movement that scares the safe people, like a lot of the people on this panel, and then you have this you have this other group that shares the same sentiment as the more violent group that brings about a more peaceful change. And those are the people that get listened to, and they get all the credit for all the change that happens. And that's just what's always happened. It's never, you think that people,
because the
like,
violent people actually set back the
no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They
There's
get you talking about
I will give you
Yeah, they
examples.
do.
For
Scared and
example,
talking
They
about
do.
it.
Give us
Let me-
historical examples of what
2
you're talking
seconds.
about, Wiggle. Give us
2 seconds.
I will
2
give you a historical
Promise.
example
Wait, 2
of
seconds.
of
And you 2 seconds.
Oh my
I
God.
promise.
This is
2 seconds.
just
real quick.
Okay,
real quick.
no, not 2
MLK.
seconds.
It's ahistoric.
MLK.
It's ahistoric.
MLK, right? MLK gets all the fucking credit, and nobody wants to talk about Malcolm X and Stokely
2
Carmichael.
seconds. Great. Okay, so Wiggle, you were challenged by
My name is
Erudite.
Kwame Ture.
And then I want to, Wiggle, and then Doobie. Doobie's been waiting.
Yeah, I would say, like, do you believe that during the civil rights movement that you would have so much support for black individuals at that point in time just because they were peaceful? If there was no violence at all, do you believe that in America we would have had the change that we got today without some level of violence?
Absolutely. I think the major thing that MLK talked
And that's
about all
laughable,
the time.
but continue.
Okay, try not to interrupt me if you can. The
It's
reason
hard.
why MLK was really successful was he was abjectly against. What made his protest so much more potent and powerful was, despite the police violence, despite everyone being fucking horrific to them, they remained peaceful and they took it, and it highlighted the barbaric nature of what was going on, and it actually allowed a whole bunch of people to be like, holy shit, I can't be on the side of the they're literally standing there and like singing and putting like flowers on things, and the police are taking them down and assaulting, and it absolutely highlighted a very, very deep-rooted problem within our society.
We can see how the
Or
liberal
maybe
propaganda
when-
won.
Yes,
But
yes,
this-
100%. How would you get that without the
No, that's
violence?
just
No,
not
there's
true.
data.
The
to
liberal
suggest-
propaganda didn't win because the civil rights movement actually progressed and civil rights were attained.
No,
So I
that
don't
was
know
the
what
whole
you're
point.
talking
Yeah, no,
So that's
that was
Fred
the whole point.
Hampton,
of
he
the
was
murder.
there is
in his
data to
apartment.
suggest that the riots and the violence actually set back the civil rights movement and actually had an influence. It wasn't the
only
sole
one type of
causal
eel?
factor, but
Okay.
it was a factor that led to more redlining. It led to poverty in these, and it hurt these minority communities. And the peaceful, as Erudite so aptly put, the peaceful movement was able to succeed, where again, this isn't like I'm pulling shit
Because
out
there
of
was
my
violence.
ass.
The
This is
peaceful movement
historical
succeeded.
fact. It's not
See,
white
here's the
People
problem.
wanted
Here's the
peace.
problem.
It was in
The civil
contrast.
rights, when we equate this with
Zealotry?
civil rights, the problem is when we equate this with civil rights, you could justify violence. I can justify violence because violence was being
How is this
committed
any
upon-
different? The
Because-
government is
That's
using
funny.
violence against its
Well,
people.
there's a lot-
There are people-
different
So,
than the Jim Crow South. Come
different.
on, Scott. Are you fucking around, dude? Are you
Dude,
trolling?
give it.
Are you
give
mean?
it? You know what? Give it 2 more years, and they'll be vaccinated and unvaccinated water fountains.
Well,
Oh,
then
boy.
talk to me in
Wow.
2
Okay.
fucking years.
Oh,
They
Let's
have
go. Let's
shit.
go. Let's go to
That's
Doobie.
not what they're
Let's go to
protesting now.
Doobie. You've been waiting.
Yes, sir. So, Wick tried to do the violence on both sides thing. He said, "Oh, well, we're talking about one extreme versus the other," but you didn't give us anything in the middle, Wick. So I'm wondering, what's your solution? So these people are saying they're not going to leave until all the vaccine restrictions, all the mandates, any restriction put forward is removed. Right, the government's saying they're not going to do that. The majority of Canadians support more restrictions for these people. I think the majority of restrictions actually do support mandates. Right, so given that these are the battle lines here, what do you suggest? Right,
Well, I
the
think
government
half-baked-
do
yeah,
to
sure.
deal with this.
Half-baked takes said it earlier. As long as they're doing it in a peaceful manner, as long as they're not being overtly disruptive, and there are lines here that we can draw. We can talk about the noise issue, and that's not up for me to decide. That's up to the people of Ottawa and the people of Canada to decide where those limits are. But yeah, if they want to just sit there and have their signs and do their protest, that's perfectly fine. That's allowed. That's good.
But
they should
almost
sit for it.
90% of the people of Ottawa want them
It doesn't
gone.
like even if you're a minority of one person, you still should have the right to protest. You should
These
have the right
people-
to be heard.
Okay.
I literally don't
and
care
they
about
can go-
majority
they can-
opinion.
They've
I don't-
okay, that's weird. So
How's
they've
that weird?
protested. They've protested.
Minority rights.
Right? They've been heard. The majority of the country disagrees with them. The majority of the city that wants them gone. So you're saying that they should be allowed to just squat there
please don't
forever if they want to.
If it's a
I'm not
public
lying.
space, why not?
Scott, I double checked. If you can find me something else, something that says the majority of Canadians don't support more restrictions, majority of Canadians don't support mandates in some way, then I'm happy to read it. Right, but I just looked it up 3 times, right, and I can't find anything that supports what you're saying.
Wiggle, I also want to address a kind of an elephant that's awkwardly sitting in the room. So we keep talking about like liberals being limp-wristed and all these things, but I asked you a really direct question and you answered with a question. I prefer if you hold. I asked you for historical evidence and you said basically
civil rights question mark rather than just like staking out historical, like talk me through, because I'm genuinely open to saying maybe there's some specific event you're thinking of within civil rights that I'm unaware of, but you just kind of said all of civil rights, which isn't it isn't an answer.
No, I was talking about the civil rights movement with like black individuals in the United States. But like
but what specifically happened? What specifically happened where you're saying? My question was basically, can you achieve the same civil rights without violence? Give me a historical example of not doing that.
Yeah, so like this what you're describing is a very, very simple idea. There's like an idea of door in the face, foot in the door. And at the same time, there's always going to be within a movement people that take the door in the face approach, where they're going to be like problematic. They're going to be violent.
Do you know the
people.
data on door and face versus foot and door?
No. You can tell me the data if
door
you
and
want.
face is not broadly highly effective. Generally, it's recommended for most advertising firms that use foot and door
Doesn't it make
tactics.
foot in the door more effective? That's the point. Is I'm saying that both of these things are tied together.
You know that door
you guys try to remove one from the other.
But you know that foot in the door is the peaceful version, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
and I'm
so you
saying
just
that
said it's
both of
more
these-
effective.
I said that both of these need to exist simultaneously, whereas
But
you believe
there's no
that they
evidence
cannot.
to support that. There's
Wait,
literally
Erudite.
zero evidence to support that.
Erudite.
In fact, there's plenty
What do
of
you
evidence.
mean there's no evidence to support
There's
that?
plenty
When
of
was the
evidence
last time you had a
to
fa-
support. Can I
Name the
finish?
last
There's plenty of
peaceful
actual
movement.
data
What?
and evidence
Changing
to
the
support
colors of like
that-
Starbucks coffee
that
cup?
the
When was the
violence
last peaceful
actually
movement?
holds back and slows down the progress of peaceful movements. You're getting it twisted. You're actually saying the exact opposite
average
of what is
person-
actually true.
Do you think the average person, if the average
Reality
person
exists.
is having trouble,
Stardust
is
and,
having
Joe.
yeah, if the average person is having trouble where they are like Natsu Erudite said, where the volume level is so high that there are members in their family who are suffering from this, who are in pain, and the average person is also having trouble like getting to work. That we've seen like the animosity towards medical workers that are already again short-staffed and overworked. Do you think that is going to influence anybody to be on that protesting group side?
Great.
Wick. I
I guess
he's
it's a
gone.
no.
Sorry.
Oh no. Was that to you?
No, that wasn't to me.
Well,
I don't think.
that was the wig, yeah.
That was to wiggle.
Oh wait. Wig.
Oh, me. Sorry, I thought you were talking to Wick. So this whole time, like, I was. All right, I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that? I just thought you were talking to Wick, so I didn't listen.
Yeah, call him Wiggle.
Yeah, sorry about
Okay,
that.
yeah.
It's Wig L, so I did a Wig W. It's just a joke.
If the majority of people in the city are being negatively affected in a very intense way, right? Like the volume level is hurting people with ear injuries or older people, that we've seen the animosity towards the medical workers who are already short-staffed and overworked. People are having tons of trouble getting around the city or even trying to get to work. Do you think that they are going to be more inclined to be on those protesters' sides because of that?
No, the people within that city, no. I don't believe that's the case.
Do you believe?
I think
Sorry.
that this is successful. Like this is what those people set out to do. They wanted to be this disruptive, and that's the goal. That's the goal. They went there to be disruptive. I do believe that like there should be some level of temperance. I tend to take the half-baked takes approach versus like maybe the way Wick's positioning it, where like I do believe that like it's the point of the government. It's the state that should step up and create an avenue for these people to protest while also stopping these people from creating a higher level of harm. I just do not like the rhetoric about like that there should be no harm and there should be an elimination of harm, and like and then the idea of like
share in the
poking
chat.
at
I'm going to share in
specific
Twitch
holes
chat.
within
I'm going to
like,
share actual studies from actual scientists that show a causal relation to there. This is actual data. You can look it up at your own time. I don't expect anyone to do this now. But this is actual data. This is actual historical evidence we have.
Homework?
And it's not just some Twitter
Is it
guy
actually
or
going to
Twitch
happen,
dude
or are you going to
just
just
making shit
actually
up.
keep
So I'm
talking?
going to put this both in the private chat here, and I'm going to put it in the Twitch chat here.
I'll-
And viewers can look at it, and they can make, do they want to listen to the random dude on Twitch, or do they want to listen to, the social scientist,
Authority,
You got
yeah.
the
historical,
you got the certainty.
thing? Which do
You
you
got the
want?
certainty.
Which do
I
you believe?
realized that
Authority,
you were
yeah, totally.
anti-established,
Yes.
anti intellectual, Joe. That had no idea that was like your stance.
Joe
Like
Lewis.
fuck anybody who does any studies on anything. I
Wick,
guess.
is there a
right?
line?
Joe Lewis do be in half.
Violence is an inevitable outcome of protest. The
Sure.
only way that you can, is there something you want to say,
Sorry.
or can I keep going?
My
No,
bad.
you want to hit something to say, so go for it. I want to make sure you get it all out, and then I can go.
No, you can go. I'm sorry.
Fantastic. So we should try our best to alleviate the circumstances that could lead to outcomes that we deem undesirable. So Wick, I'm going to ask you directly, what is currently an undesirable outcome in the protests in Canada? And how do you think the Canadian government should alleviate those circumstances? So please, for me, identify the outcome, identify the circumstance, and what you could do, what you think the Canadian government could do to alleviate that.
Well, I think Erudite hit on it. They are looking at changing the laws for the noise levels in
What
the
is
city.
the outcome first, please?
Okay, outcome first is we want to reduce harm as much as possible to the people living in Ottawa.
That's not the outcome.
How is that not the outcome?
What is the current outcome that is happening? I'll walk you through it.
Okay, what is
the
going
current
on right now?
What is the current outcome that is
What is the
happening in the
current
protests?
condition is that, as I understand it, and again, I don't live there, so I can only go with what I read, as I understand it, is that they are being disruptive to transportation networks within the city, and there's a large amount of noise, as Stardust brought up, that there was some slurs and stones and blocking of emergency vehicles. All these things are not good. All these things need to change.
Great. So you said they're being disruptive towards transportation networks. So let's focus on that primarily. That is the outcome. What is the circumstance that is leading to that outcome?
When you say circumstance leading to that outcome, it means that they are using trucks and physically blocking access to important highways and thoroughfares and things like that.
So they're using trucks to block different passageways.
And people, things like that.
Okay, they're using trucks to block things. What could be an alleviation tool for that circumstance?
You mentioned it in your opening statement, creating no.
I want to know what you think, not what I think.
That's a good idea. But I like that idea. That's a good idea.
What's the idea? I didn't hear anything positive. Just said I had a good idea. I don't know what the fuck that means.
You interrupted me as I was talking. You interrupted me, and then you're actually saying, "Well, I didn't hear anything." Well, yes, if you listened, you might. So if you create like a no parking zone or a no loitering zone in front of the Capitol building, Parliament there, I believe you mentioned. If I got it wrong, please correct me. And so that will allow access. Also, allowing access for emergency vehicles and making sure that there's a police presence to enforce that access, I think is very important.
Boring as fuck, right? So one of the things that we have to understand is that all outcomes are possible. If all outcomes are possible, then we have to look at the circumstances that can lead to outcomes that we deem undesirable. From there, we can try to alleviate those circumstances. And that's basically the core of like even things I'm going to argue if we ever get to that point. One of the problems I think is happening time and time again is that we're so like, oh, the outcome is bad, violence is bad. All right, cool. What's the circumstance that led to the violence? And then what can we do to alleviate that circumstance? But by and large, saying just be peaceful and the rhetoric of just being peaceful is not a circumstance alleviator. It's just a slogan that has no teeth to it. So something that you could say is a way to promote peaceful behavior within the thing that you're saying is maybe create some type of blockade, to create some type of no parking zone. Therefore, trucks aren't using their tools to block other individuals, and therefore you alleviate the outcome that is being disrupted towards transportation network. We can do this for every single outcome that exists for that protest, but apparently you gave us some homework, so it might take a while.
Do you not think that there is any value to high-level rhetoric? That there's no value to talking things at a conceptual level? Do you not think that speaking on a high level of peaceful protests and using that and pointing that as our goal and our norm, that we can use that strategy to then inform our tactical decisions on the ground. Because when we have the goal of we want to do this peacefully, it informs the minutia and the day-to-day, the little things. How do we get this accomplished? If we use that as our mission statement, as a better word perhaps than a strategy, our mission statement, it informs how we act, it informs how we do things. I don't know why this is a hard concept to understand. You said a lot of things that sounded that it's a lot of word salad you used, a lot of things that sounded high-minded but actually said nothing at all.
But it's oh, never mind. You wanted to speak, I'll go after you.
Sure. I just kind of wanted to ask Joe, based on like what you outlined of like, if all outcomes are possible, we have to figure out the outcomes that we want, and blah, 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 and we have a bunch of actionable behaviors that we could engage in. Couldn't one of those actionable behaviors that we engage in be disavowing violence?
Disavowing violence does not prevent the outcome of violence.
Yeah. But I'm not saying that violence won't necessarily happen, right?
So what can we do to alleviate the circumstance of violence?
Well, one thing we could do is
disavow violence. I went 2 steps deep. I went 2 steps. Is my mic not working again?
So sometimes people interrupt and you interrupt people. It's just part of it.
So you interrupt. Actually, not so Erudite was speaking first, so maybe her mic's not working.
Is it working?
I guess all our mics.
Can you guys stop being violent and peacefully approach
For sake of transparency, I've been having XLR problems all day. So I've been having 12 hours of teaching with my mic cutting in and out. So sometimes I talk and people can't hear me. I'm not trying to do it to be a cunt. I can be a cunt very easily, and Fabian knows that. So what were you saying before that weird interjection?
Me?
But he's on my side today, so we're chill.
What I'm trying to say is one of the things that you could do if you don't want too much violence, right? If you want to put off violence as much as possible, is one of the actions a movement could choose to do would be to disavow violence. It could be to say, if you assault staff members, if you run up to people and rip their masks off their face, if you piss and shit on the street, if you deface statues, that's not something we side with. And within our own group, we will absolutely speak against that. Just like BLM regularly did with rioters. They said, absolutely not. We do not stand with this. We are not for rioters and they don't represent our ideas. That is a good action to engage in. And I'm just wondering if that could be something that we do.
Is advocating for violence at its core. I don't understand how it would be good for violent actions to not be condemned by your movement.
I just want to say,
and nobody is saying, nobody's saying that there's not going to be some amount of violence. It's inevitable in any one of these types of protests. But if you're trying to reduce the amount of it, then why wouldn't you just make a statement on it?
I just want to say real quick, I took a look at those studies. Now I just kind of did like a once over because he put 2 very large studies and I had to unlock one of them. But the first study is basically, for the most part, showing that riots and things like that destroyed the neighborhoods that the riots were in, and they were disproportionately in Black neighborhoods. So yeah, riots do damage. Duh, we didn't really need a study for that. And the second one was mostly talking about agenda seeding and attempting to use positive influences so that the media can garner attention of those positive influences like sit-ins and things like that. And was specifically saying that when there's more violence, the police crack down more, and was using this as evidence that the violence doesn't
I want to quote because you're misrepresenting that second one.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of what happens when you put like 2 30-page studies.
Okay, but this is from the abstract, which is a paragraph.
Right. And like either even talking of like, so please give me the quote.
Okay. Protester-initiated violence, by contrast, helped move news agendas, frames, elite discourse, and public concern towards social control. In 1968, using rainfall,
they're using rainfall as a system so that they can look at property, so that they can look at other things that are.
And it goes on, but that's the key there.
But it does nothing to address any of the topics that people were bringing up to you that were clearly going over.
Are you missing the point here? Like, am I not communicating clearly?
No, Wick, you're just not understanding. It went over your head, so I'm
No, I
explaining
don't
it
think
for you.
so. I
Could
think
you
I'm
explain
I'm
to me, Scott, what you heard me say? That might be helpful because I genuinely want to give you the benefit of the doubt that you are trying to understand us. I'm not trying to be a dick. What did you hear me say, and then what are we not understanding?
I'm talking about what Wig and I were trying to explain to Wick, not per se what you were saying.
I think
Yes,
me and
and
Wick
I
have
will
been pretty
repeat-
on board though. So I don't know if I
Yeah.
stand by everything, but I think
that-
we've been pretty consistent with each other.
That's fine, but again, I'm talking about what Wig and I were saying to Wick. But
Okay,
yes, if you
let me repeat back to you what I heard you say, and maybe,
Why
like
would
you can
you
tell me where
repeat
I got
back
it
to
wrong.
me
I
what I
can
said
you can
when
tell me
trying
where
to
I got it
explain
wrong. Is that will
Why
that
don't
help?
you just explain the study?
Right.
Okay,
So
like I said.
the issue here, right, is that what we were saying is that peaceful protests work in conjunction with violent protests and have been
But
so.
that's not true. That again, like I
Name
said,
one
as the
Please
study
name
said,
one
I just
movement
gave it
that
to you.
was-
I just read it to
Name
you.
one.
Are you not listening? Okay,
Name one.
protest initiated violence
Name
by
one.
contrast help move news agendas.
Name one.
I'm
Name
I'm
one.
fucking doing it.
No, you're not.
Frames,
You're just
I
repeating
posted
the
it.
study
Are
with
you
us.
Okay, well, here the way that this works, Scott, is that you
Don't
do
do
for him to
scientific
explain
studies.
it to
Are
you.
you-
For him to
are you
explain
in-
it to you, you have to actually give him some space to speak. You know, so.
But
He's
okay,
repeating the same
Fabian, you're not being an honest actor here. And what you're
You call
doing
me
is
dishonest,
you're
but you don't know
ignoring
what
what
I'm
is
doing.
very clearly data. You can say, well, I don't like that
Switch
data
the fucking
because,
subject.
or I think that data
Come on now.
is,
Come on,
you can
give me
attack
your
the
science
data.
over here.
But to act like I
Doesn't
haven't
understand
given
the
you
science he's
anything
quoting.
or that it misses the point is frankly dishonest. And,
No,
and
what's
you're lying
dishonest?
right now.
What's
You're lying
I
right now.
would
You're
call you
fucking
dishonest,
lying.
but honestly, I don't think you're smart enough to understand the studies.
What
that
is
you're
this
quoting.
Dunning-Kruger effect shit that's going on right here? I really do not
It's a
understand.
roast battle.
I've been
Welcome
trying
back,
to
Wick.
wonder that,
Yes.
man. It's,
Look,
That's
it's
true.
like
Welcome back,
Okay.
Wick.
it's like
Okay.
if I go around
Let's
and
go
I
with-
start beating people's kneecaps so that like they pay me money, and then another person comes around and says, "Hey, we're a collective group that will take a little bit of your money and we'll prevent your kneecaps from being broken." That force of nature is ridiculous. They're gonna be really successful. they're gonna be
Exactly.
peaceful.
Well, let's go. Let's
again,
go
you
to.
know,
Let's,
but you're
let's go to
acting like
Doobie.
this
Let's
is necessary
let's
when it's
go-
not. And that's
not
just not
Let's
true.
go to Doobie and half baked takes.
Okay, so at first I gotta agree with Wick. I think you are misunderstanding the study, misrepresenting the study even. And I don't think it's fair to say that a Wick to complain that it's 30 pages long and you don't really have the time to go through it and then speak as an authority on it at the same time. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Right. So we know that you can look at the study, you can read it again if you'd like, but you can just look at what happened with BLM. Right. We know that when BLM protests got violent,
You didn't even look at
right,
the fucking study. did
this
you?
was Yes, I did. I've read that study before.
Okay.
Right, so what they reference is how nonviolent protests, right, drove media and news coverage and public opinion toward positive opinions on civil rights, right? Whereas the opposite, right, violent protests, right, drove public opinion toward control, wanting to shut down the protests, right? This, which is obviously like when the protests about civil rights, shutting down the protests is going to be a negative thing for the civil rights activists, right? So. Again, you can look at the BLM protests when they got violent. People,
like to address what
public opinion turned against them, right? And they became less popular as a result. Now, it is true that when you have a large protest movement, violence is in some ways inevitable. You can't control every person, right? Of course.
So
but I don't.
Our original argument.
Go
Because now
ahead,
you're just
finish it.
continuing
What?
the study.
Doobie.
What's
finish
the okay? Because you disagreed with the study without understanding what the fucking study was. But if you want to go back to your original argument, if you can just make it really quickly for everybody here, that'd be really useful.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna repeat again because what you just said is no different than what I said, and I'm asking you to show either in this study or in any way, shape, or form how you can have the conversation around the question that we were asking or the thing that we were positing, which is that you have a violent protest does not happen in isolation. It's not like the civil rights movement was like Jews and blacks were both being disproportionately treated poorly, and they were having two different movements, and one was peaceful and one was violent, and the peaceful movement succeeded and the violent one didn't. What you have is a civil rights movement where there is an enmeshment between both the peaceful and the violent protests, where they're working in tandem. It's the same thing with the Vietnam protests, where you had the new left,
Okay,
right?
but I think
You had
you're okay. I understand now.
liberals, right?
Yeah,
And that
I understand,
study's
but
not addressing that.
Okay, I understand now, but I don't think anybody here has disagreed with what you just said. But maybe they've disagreed with the framing of it because what you just said sounds a lot like they work in tandem toward the goal of passing whatever policy or these political activists were looking for.
Yeah, and we're
Right,
just
but
saying that
what we're saying is that the violence side actually was counterproductive.
Right.
Yeah,
That is what we're
that's what I
saying.
disagree with.
Here's the question. Here's a question that's
disagree.
maybe important
But
for us
that's
to
what the data
answer.
suggests. That's what the
So-
data
so-
suggests.
so-
Here's a
yeah,
question
so
that's
it is
important to
true.
answer.
No,
Our
I get
advocates,
that you're an
our
ideological zealot,
advocates,
Fabian.
are
can't-
advocates
you
made
can't
less
look at the
effective by
data
agitators or more?
separating them.
Do advocates require violent agitators to move their movement forward, or advocates can they be effective on their own with a peaceful engagement?
I don't believe that they have to have this. I just believe that this is the most effective way to think about things because there's largely going to be violence. Like, yes, you can have a completely non-violent movement that gets something. Like when I was memeing and I said, okay, I want to change the color of Starbucks coffee cups. I don't need to kill people or have some sort of violence to have a violent campaign that's successful. All right, I could just, if I wanted to change I wanted to get someone fired because I thought they said something anti-Semitic, and then I had a whole campaign against that. That could be non-violent, and I could get a whole bunch of people on board. But when we're talking about movements that are larger, it's like Doobie was saying and others had said before that there's going to be a degree of violence, and it makes sense that that violent part of your movement, that you would distance yourself from that in order for you to be more appealable. So when you're looking in the situation that's described here, it doesn't look like anybody is going to like them. Even if they were to be quieter at this point and they were to disavow violence, it doesn't really seem like that would change people's minds about this movement because of what happened in the past. It would make sense that another splinter of this movement would form, and then those people would be really appealable because of this movement being successful and being disruptive.
Okay, Wiggle.
That's
but,
what I
but
would say.
okay, so
Do
Wiggle,
you have
so what you said
evidence
was-
of this? Do you have any evidence of this at all?
No,
Because this just feels like you're just like creating these like fictitious ideas of what maybe might be ideal, which is nice, and maybe we can theorize
I'm not
about
Canadian.
ways.
I
That
don't
has
know what the
nothing
people
to
in
do with
Ottawa-
it. Protests historically are about human beings
I'm saying, I
and
don't know what
human
the people
psychology.
in Ottawa. I don't know what the people in Ottawa
just think-
would say against that. Like I don't
Come
know.
on.
But Wiggle, we don't need to go to like some hypothetical or an ideal, right? So we have somebody on the panel right now who said that they should block off the port, they should cripple the economy of Canada, and then when if the police come by and try to stop this, they should resist the police with weapons, right? So Wiggle, do you support that?
Nah, me personally, no, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know
asked
enough
you.
about what the people in Canada want to say that.
No,
Maybe if I
no,
did,
I'm
I would.
asking you. So Scott's
I
not
literally
Canadian,
just
as far as
answered
I
you.
know.
I said I
Okay.
don't know enough about the people in Canada to like talk about.
But would you?
You're literally talking about an American saying that yes, you should block off and cripple the GDP of Canada and make all of the people in Canada suffer for something that I
What
don't
if this
even
was
understand.
happening in? What if this was happening in America? Would you agree with it then?
That's all it took.
Wait, you have to
Well,
like think
I
about
do
it.
Yeah,
wanna- I
that's
do
how
want
it should
to-
be
I
when
do
you
wanna-
live in another country.
No,
wait, hold
that's a
on.
like
Wait, so
arbitrary
Wiggle,
line in the sand that you
Wow.
draw. 'Cause
As a side
this is like
note-
protest is
as a
about
side note-
human
There's a thing called
psychology.
principle.
As a side note, two
Wait
things.
a second.
Two
Wait a
things.
second.
Let him
Do you
answer
think
or
it's
not?
What? If it happened in America? What?
Two things.
You
Two things.
wait. You guys think it's
Whoa.
confusing that I
No.
would
Not
think about
confusing.
taking
No
it
one is
back to my
confused
own
here.
country?
No one's
I'm
confused.
trying
It's
to
my own
compliment
country.
you here. I'm trying to compliment Wig the fact that you sat back and like, I'll consider that. Bravo. Like I
don't
may
say that.
disagree with
Okay,
you
you
totally,
just did.
but bravo for actually thinking about things. That's a great thing.
Bravo
I
for
commend
doing
that.
the
That's a
bare
great
minimum
thing to
that
do.
everybody does.
Second,
Holy fuck.
Everybody does not do that.
yeah, no.
Most people
hurry
are
up,
dug in.
hurry up.
Most people dig their
people
fucking heels
offline
in
can
the
do
sand.
that, but we're dealing with a lot of variables online, right?
I'm
Like
sorry that I
latency,
acknowledge
shitty
that.
mics.
I'm sorry I acknowledge that people in different countries have different beliefs. So like,
No,
yes,
no.
if I'm in America, I'm gonna be thinking
But-
differently than what I think Canadians should do because I'm not Canadian. And so in America, if you ask me the situation, it's very different. America's a different country. I'm not gonna advocate for what happens in Canada
So as
on the
soon as it
basis of what I
happens in a
want as an
different
American.
place, it's completely different.
It's very
Okay.
different. Yes.
Wiggle,
Yes.
Wiggle. Okay, wait, hold on, Wiggle. So it's troubling to me that you had to like think about that, right? So
I
We're
didn't even
talking
get a
about the
chance. That was
situation.
2 seconds.
Wait, you
I didn't
said
even say anything.
You went Okay, you shouldn't even have had to do that. Because what we're talking about is a bunch of truckers deciding to cripple the economy of the United States in that situation. So what Scott said is that if the police show up to try to remove these truckers that are crippling the economy of the United States, and the truckers should resist the police with violence, right? Should shoot them. Right. So Wiggle, the fact that you even had to like think about that is troubling.
Yeah,
to me.
because of the level of success. Like, if there was a movement like that in the United States, you think it would be successful? You're the same individual
Does
within this panel
success
who said it
matter?
would be like, yes, it
Why?
does.
Why does
Because
the outcome matter here? If you're using violence and killing other people to get your ends, you really need to get the end you want. You really should take a good hard look at yourself. There should
thank
not,
you so
even
much
if it's
for becoming an
effective,
anarchist today.
even if
how
it's
can you?
effective, there are things
Wait.
we should not do.
Wait,
How can you
ask
say
a
that?
question?
How can you say that? Look,
No, how,
look at
before
the
you do that,
situation.
Easy.
Look at
This
this.
is
Look
easy
at the
class.
situation
Even if
that we're in the
torturing-
United
even if
States right
torturing
now,
someone-
where we
even
had
if torturing someone
individuals.
got good intel, that is something we
Wick,
should not do.
Wick, look at the situation we're in right now.
I need to get to half takes. You've been waiting for forever.
Oh,
You have any?
No, you're good. Keep this going. Keep it going,
Okay.
everybody. I'm fine.
so look
Keep
at
it
the
going.
situation.
What's going,
Joe.
it's going. I'm
Look at
throwing
the
punches
situation
as
right
it comes.
now.
You know what I mean?
Wiggle, then Joe, then Stardust. Okay.
Look at the situation right now, where like we had like a year ago, we had January 6th occur. That was very violent, and then the whole country was in agreement in the United States on that this was a terrible thing. This should never happen, and they were like going to condemn all of this. And now, within several months later, because they didn't condemn it as harsh as they could have, now you have a groundswell of support in one particular party in the United States, the Republican Party, for the actions that happened during January 6th. There's a lot of people that committed violent acts that day, and they've gotten more institutional power. So it's like, I don't know how you're going to tell me that like I have to ignore this and believe that I should just always not see like violence as some sort of option.
Because because
Do you not
I think
the right
that
wing
there's
has
some
condemned that, though?
can I
the
jump
violence
in?
that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thanks. I think that there's some concerns about like actual like scientific literacy going on, like things like generalizability seems to like not be broadly understood, as well as things like outliers, right? Like sometimes you do have outlier cases where things happen, right? Well, that's part of why like statistics are informative, and why the study that he's showing us is informative and indicative about like what seems to work within protests and what doesn't.
Yeah, so like what are you going to say to the outliers that are unsuccessful, that those people should just suck it up?
What?
Imagine if your data, so
that is
like,
not.
I'm
What
saying,
no, I think you're still missing my point, right? The idea is
Yeah.
we're talking more at a meta level about what makes effective protest and
Yes.
advocacy.
and do you think that the
Outliers
individuals in a
happen,
specific
but they
instance,
don't inform what broadly seems to be the most effective strategy. Of course, shit happens. But when you have a large amount of data that shows that broadly these seem to trend things in a really good direction, we shouldn't just disregard that because we're being like our mom and we're like, but there's this one lady I know who said this thing, right? Or that there's this one circumstance that happened. What we do is then empirically we would collect those outliers and try to see if maybe that they're a disparate group from the
do you
major
believe that this
analysis group
movement
that
will
we're
be
looking at.
successful if it tells people tomorrow that, hey, we're going to stop being as loud, and we're not going to do we're not going to have a blockade?
I
And
think
then
they have
all
a
went home.
significantly higher chance of success. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
I would chalk that up
100%.
to fucking they would, because then the protests can actually keep going and the PR stays in their favor.
Yeah.
And the
And then
entirety of the
millions
city
of dollars
won't
behind them
fucking
too,
hate them.
so they can
And
sue
let's
the
the
shit
entirety
out
of
of
the
things.
city, like if the people who live there absolutely fucking hate these people, right? Then they're not really going to get anything done, are they?
And let's be clear, they have some moral ground to stand on when it comes to things like what happened to them during the GoFundMe thing. Even Joe said that was something that concerns him. And I don't want to speak for Joe here, and I won't.
That should concern
but
everybody
it
on the
should
panel.
concern everyone. And so if they tamp down on the noise, if they tamp down on the blockades, if they disavowed violence, and they could use that as kind of their PR front, like, look at what they did to us, they're going to get much more sympathy. They're going to get from all sides in the issue here. It's going to be more successful. Now, will it 100% be effective and work? I don't know. Like, I can't tell the future, but they have a significantly higher chance.
Yeah, and then what stops individuals from saying, look at the violence that did happen. Look at these people. They're advocating for this. and look at the damage that they've already caused.
But there's a difference between look at the violence that did happen and look at the violence that's happening.
But what
Did
stops
happen? Hey,
we
another
fixed
that
movement?
shit.
I mean,
But what
also,
stops?
it's
Why does it have
happening,
to be
and
one
what you can
movement?
say-
Why does
what
it
you
have to
can
be
say in
one
response-
specific? Yeah.
What you can say in response to that is clearly they don't support the broader movement doesn't support that because they came out and they condemned it and they tried to prevent that, right? But if that doesn't even happen, then it's like, well, yeah, they really don't give a fuck about the citizens who reside in that city.
So what if there's a splintering within the group that says, hey, we're the ones that condemn that stuff, and we're the rational people within this movement. We condemn those violent acts. That's the larger movement. That's why we split apart. Do you believe that they would be really successful?
Yes, because they're denouncing, but the violent group would naturally hold that group back unless they denounce them as strongly as possible. That's what the evidence is showing.
That's why you have to disassociate yourself, or you're going to get lumped in with the violence.
And nobody
Unless
likes
your
it.
movement,
Voters don't
unless
like
your
it.
movement is based in violence, then you probably should be denouncing the violence that occurs, because you want to keep peaceful protest peaceful for the positive PR. I can't believe that we're even having to argue about
Jealous.
He's talking about the distance that Democrats do to black people who advocate for police brutality and other types of changes in society. Wick, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
And maybe this is where we'll find like where you're coming from. Okay, are you familiar with Ashada Shakur?
Not terribly, unfortunately.
I'll give you a TLDR. She was arrested in my state, and allegedly she murdered a state trooper. The medical evidence suggested that she had no part in the murder of this trooper at all. New Jersey state troopers tortured her in police custody, and then the eventuality was that she was sentenced to life imprisonment up in North Jersey. The Black Liberation Army decided to put matters into their own hands and break into the facility that she was in and directly take her out. And now she's in Cuba. Do you agree with the Black Liberation Army's actions there? Was that a successful example of direct action?
If how you framed it is what actually happened, then I think that they have it's understandable. I would have looked at other means to do so before doing that. But again, I don't know. I don't know enough about the situation. This is something I can't really comment on because I don't know the situation.
Well, I just explained it to you. So let's
But okay, you gave me one view of it.
I have a strong feeling that your framing of this might be a little skewed.
Yeah,
or
like I
that
don't
story
like,
might
and
be a
this
little
is a key here.
different
This is
than
a
what
key
you
here.
framed
Like
it.
giving an
Joe,
example
Joe,
of-
I do not trust your framing of the issue 100%, and I shouldn't. And you shouldn't trust my framing of issues 100%.
Because that lady's
you
a
just
cop
shouldn't
killer.
do that. You should look into things yourself. You shouldn't just take things at face value. You should do deep, like, wow, that's concerning. What you said, wow, I want to look into that. And I will do that on my own time. And perhaps, and it's very possible that what you said, 100% true, that maybe you're understating the case. But I don't know. And I cannot, it would be irresponsible of me because I don't know to act like I do. And that's a problem we have on these panels is people who don't know what they are talking about act like they do know what they are talking about. And I try very hard not to do that.
So great.
And let's be real, Joe. You have a very long history of dishonestly framing things like this, right? So this woman did kill a cop.
I'm still having an exchange with Doobie Wick. I'm still having an exchange with Wick Doobie. I'll let you.
You may continue.
Respond. Thank you very much. So Wick, let's say everything I just laid out to you, you did the research, and that was true. This is an example of direct action. You described that you would look into other ways. So what is another way that you would advocate for, in this case, a political prisoner to be let out of a facility?
Well, we have appeals process. We have we can go to the government. We can go. Joe Biden could pardon the person. There are many different ways than direct violence. There are many different ways. They may not work. They may not be effective. I don't know. We don't know because did they try them? I don't think they did. But I don't know.
Well, they did.
They have.
They did.
Have. I know.
They did. I mean, that's why the poster's on my wall.
I can't. I honestly can't see.
Like, there's no way that we could have known. You didn't even like
good.
outline that in your framing. I'm glad that they did.
Just for a quick little update on this discussion about calling out and violence and stuff. I hadn't seen this, and I was trying to get my chat to do it. some of the acts that these people are referencing, that the media is referencing, the reason they're not, quote, calling out this violence is because they're saying that they have records that they will release, that it was truckers from the convoy that called it out and called the police, and that these were not actually done by people in that regard, and that's why they're not denouncing those acts of violence, is because they were the ones that called the police and got those individuals arrested and other acts of property damage. So the lack of calling out of violence is because they believe that it was not actually their movement at all that did that, and that instead the media is simply calling out crime
There's
that
only
is
one
occurring
type of ELO.
in the same area, and so there's a dispute about whether or
It's the
not
same
they
damn thing.
actually did it.
That's the same
Um,
damn thing. Saying, "Hey, we didn't do this. This other group did." It's the same damn thing.
Right. Well, what they're saying is this other group is doing it. We called the police. We will provide that documentation, but the media
That
is
would
trying to
be
blame it on us.
that would be denouncing violence, which has been our point the entire
There's
time.
only one type
Which is
of
great.
ELO.
Also, I recently learned that they were approached and asked to stop honking, and I'm not confident this is just like grapevine, but it sounds like they more or less have stopped doing that. Again, if that's what they do, I'm instantly more favorable towards their position because they're not like actually damaging people's ears anymore. So I'm like, great, that's good. I'm now immediately more in favor of the protest. Much more sympathetic to their plight. Because like Scott, I think what you're raising of like concerns about like there are actual concerns about like how long do these mandates go? How long does this continue, right? There are legitimate mental health problems that are seriously like a massive concern. And I'm definitely sympathetic to those things, right? The problem is that like when we're talking about what makes effective protest, we have to be kind of insular and focused around that. But like this idea of like maybe that there can be some good come of it, right? Things like better mental health access, things like certain individuals being able to like access economic needs and stuff like that. Those are all good things. And I'm not even saying I'm inherently opposed to everything within the protest. I'm opposed to protest not denouncing violence.
I appreciate you trying to extend the olive branch, but I'm against them on principle, not based off of a period of time. And I don't think that the positive things that would come from it would be more government programs. But I understand your position.
Okay. Well, I guess we can just end that here. Oh.
Also, well, there's one thing I did want to talk about GoFundMe because a lot of people have talked about it. So just real quick, GoFundMe was approached by police and spoken to several times by the state, right? So this idea that it's like completely GoFundMe's fault in this situation when it's obviously the pressures of the cathedral coming down on GoFundMe and that there's a mixture of that. I think it's important that we understand that this is, of course, them trying to avoid pressure and avoid issues when dealing with the Canadian government because the Canadian government doesn't want these people funded. But you can go to sorry, real quick. You can go to Give, Send, Go if you would like to support the cause, and they've already gotten $5.5 plus million.
You shouldn't go there. That's actually like a virus link. Do not go there.
Fabian, you could just say that they should probably directly support the individuals who are there on the ground. They don't have to go through some like third party application to do so. That's how they got fucked by GoFundMe. I think we probably agree here though.
Yeah. I mean, but not everybody is that skilled at like touching grass and knows what communities to work with or how to actually do that. For some people, it's just.
I mean, there's a woman literally giving out dominoes to people at the convoy. I think one of the problems is that people want to look for like the easy way to contribute and keep their kind of their hands off from it. So I think that there is.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of conservatives are scared to have their political opinions and things like out there public too. I mean, for some people, it's easier because of their job and things like that. To just give some money, and that's
it's just privilege in that aspect. Yeah,
I mean, I do agree. I mean, I don't know if it's privilege to be afraid to lose.
It's pretty disgraceful that people would fund these jackasses.
Of course, it's privilege. Like there's you wouldn't acknowledge that there's a privilege to saying like, oh, I don't want to be there on the ground for these individuals, but I'll give them monetary support. Like there's a level of privilege to that. Like for some people,
isn't there privilege in the opposite direction?
Even in your framing, even in your framing, Fabian, these are like lives on the line and individuals like livelihoods and stuff like that. So I would imagine that people are really passionate about that. They would be on the ground and helping them. But
what if you don't have the privilege? What if you don't have the privilege? What if you don't have the privilege of enough money to go to these things?
I would love.
What if you can't afford a fucking plane ticket? What if you can't afford a hotel? What if you can't afford to do all these things?
Your job?
That seems like you
to be able to go to these protests on the ground is a privilege because a lot of people just can't take time off their jobs. They cannot sacrifice their work because they're working 2 jobs and they can't take a day off.
I'm not
and
sure.
that is a privilege to be able to go
I'm
to
not
these
sure this
places.
is worth arguing, and not
Okay.
at the very end. We had like a little consensus going on. Then it's like, no, fuck you and your GoFundMe. Okay, all right, well, let's move
Wanted
on
people
to
to focus on the real problem, the state.
Yeah,
second.
they have a right to protest. Going there isn't a privilege. It's a privilege to be able to be in a position to go there. The act of
Topic.
going there is your right.
Second topic. Okay, all right, but before we do that, everyone, if you're enjoying this content, if you just stumbled upon this channel, right, hit that follow button, make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I do 6 nights, or 7 nights apparently, 7 nights a week. If so, yeah, hit that follow button right now. ! social and chat for our social media. Follow us on Twitter for tweets. So you know we have like big panels all the time. If you missed out on that big one last night, it's because you're not part of the Twitter. So change that. Jump into the Discord, heart and soul of the community. Right, we have all these great conversations happening. We want you to be a part of them, online and offline. So be a part of the Discord. YouTube is where you find the VODs. If you missed anything, like, comment, and subscribe, and consider becoming a YouTube member by hitting that join button. Helps out a ton, right? If you appreciate having that content at your fingertips, consider hitting that join button, becoming a YouTube member. Okay, so let's get to the second topic. And thanks for like the really. I wasn't sure if that would be the first topic would inspire much from you guys, but it definitely did. So thank you for that. Seriously, all of you.
We have a lot of feelings to let out, okay? It's cathartic.
Apparently. And thank you, Doye, for gifting us up. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Okay, topic 2. A federal judge has ordered that North Carolina redraw its congressional district maps because an unconstitutional partisan gerrymander. This follows a federal court striking down Alabama's congressional map, claiming a racial gerrymander. An Ohio State Supreme Court found that the enacted map to be an extreme partisan gerrymander. All of the maps were passed by GOP legislators. Should states have local control of their election maps at all? Many have proven to be completely irresponsible in managing them, so why should they keep that power? Or is this mostly a problem with conservatives? Does this pattern say anything about how the GOP's relation to the Democratic project? Okay. Yeah. So, and thank you for the other gifts up, LJ Steele. So yeah, we're at this situation where constantly these things are being struck down, right? Like the GOP is putting forward laws, and laws and redrawing maps that are really to give them an advantage, right? In election, like just to tilt the playing field as far as they think they can get away with, and sometimes even farther than that, and sometimes they do it on racial lines. So, should we have that power in local hands, or should kick it up to federal? And is this specifically a conservative thing? So, start with Wiggle.
Yeah, so whenever something comes up that has to do with like voting and like or like gerrymandering, etc., I always have to like reread all this kind of stuff. And so I watched all these videos and relearned about this stuff again. And then in the paper they had a whole article talking about it where they talk about the amount of competitive seats and how like we have less competitive seats now than we had before, and that's indicative of like a greater change, a greater divisiveness in the country and stuff. And it's really hard. Like the one thing I know for certain based off this question is that it's definitely not a GOP thing. It's definitely like both sides do this. I think if anything, if people think that the GOP is better at this just goes into the argument people say that like GOP is better at getting what they want versus that the Democrats aren't doing that. Outside of that, like it's kind of weird because there's arguments over like how gerrymandering in some way could help minorities because you could push minorities in a certain direction and they could get more they can get their own district, etc., and that could give them more output. It can get them more power in government. Then there's arguments that say it should be split along a different line. I don't really know how I feel about it. I'm interested in hearing what people think.
Okay, thank you. And we're in a hype train right now. 50% down, 50% left. Level 1 hype train can get to level 2. Sub to channel, give bits or give subs. Help out that hype train. Support this community. If you like this content, help us out. Now's the time. Great time to do it. Now let's see, get that hype train to level 2. All right, let's go to Scott.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to preface this entire debate section in the sense that, like, I don't really give a fuck about voting. Like, I think it's fucking immoral most of the time, anyways. But that being said, let's talk about gerrymandering. So gerrymandering is something that is cheekily referred to as a zombie myth, right? It's like one of those myths that just won't die. Yes, do the Republicans gerrymander more than the Democrats? This is true. This is actually a thing. They are better at it. One of the main reasons is because Democrats don't fucking vote in local elections, and so Republicans tend to hold more state seats, which are in charge of this, than Democrats do, because they only show up to vote in big elections. That being said, gerrymandering that is partisan is a zombie myth because it's not actually effective. It doesn't work very well. And the data bears that out when you stop looking at symmetry and when you stop looking at responsiveness, but you also add in efficiency. So when the problem is that a lot of the way that the data is gathered in doing these studies doesn't really show the full picture, and it doesn't compare to other things. It just it doesn't control for like a blue wave or a red wave and things of that scenario. So when they talk about competitiveness of seats, the thing is that competitiveness has been going down since World War II and has been a complete downward trajectory the entire time. And tons of studies have been done that show that this is not due to gerrymandering. The effects of gerrymandering maybe last 2 to 3 years, and most of the less competitiveness occurs not in redistricting cycles. Now, is there an effect? There absolutely is an effect. But what we really should be worried about, and what is the real problem in this country, and what actually makes our elections not as competitive, is not partisan gerrymandering. It's called bipartisan gerrymandering. This is a much, much worse issue, and the media and lefties like to come at Republicans for partisan gerrymandering, which really doesn't work that well. But what does work well and is damaging is bipartisan gerrymandering, where Democrats and Republicans get together and make bipartisan deals about how they're going to gerrymander. And what ends up occurring is they start doing tit for tat to make sure that all of the incumbents that have power in both parties can create safe seats for themselves. And this is way, way more effective than partisan gerrymandering at ensuring that the people that are in power don't have to have free and fair elections to try and get them out of power.
So much. We have less than a minute left now to hype train. Let's see if we can get to level 2. Subs to train and give bits or give subs. Help us out. All right, let's go to Half Baked.
All right, so to the point of, is this only a Republican strategy? I think Scott touched on a ton of points that I was going to hit on. It's obviously not. If you look in 2022 alone, Maryland, New Mexico, and Illinois all did redistricting, or all had redistricting that was pretty clearly partisan in nature. But the problem is that in our system of government, this is basically a necessary evil, or it's something that it's going to occur unless you. I'm just not sure if you can fix this because of our federalist system. The federal or the states are always going to have control over this, and then yeah, no, I'll just pass it along because I'll get to it in the queue or open.
Doobie, please.
So I agree with just about everything Scott said, except the first part where he said that he doesn't support voting because it's immoral. I also don't support democracy, but not for that reason. But yeah, everything else Scott said I think is on point. Yeah, that's it.
Erudite.
I don't know if you saw my DM Prime. Just want to make sure. But to be honest, I'm going to absolutely say that I'm definitely not nearly informed enough to actually be weighing an opinion on this. I think it's actually really important to identify when you should and shouldn't give public opinion on things. And this is actually a topic that it's oftentimes municipal or state level politics when I'm a Canadian. So I just encourage viewers to make sure that if they are listening to these people, that they are asking for evidence and encouraging people to actually have informed positions. Other than that, I'm probably actually going to dip, but I appreciate you all for having me. And as always, thank you so much, Prime, for hosting me. I super appreciate it.
Good one.
It's extremely depressing.
No, fucking mad respect.
No, I didn't realize that she was Canadian. That's what I'm talking about.
No, like 100%. I respect
Nice
it.
to see you.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Brian, why are
Okay.
you letting so many Canadians right now? What the fuck?
I know it's a mistake every.
Okay. Hey guys. So sorry that I dipped, but I'm gonna throw you guys off to dodging questions. I'm not dodging questions. I think it's actually really important that people like not just like shoot their opinions at things that they don't know. So I know a lot of people are like, you're just avoiding to not look stupid, but it's like I actually think it's really important that people who have public positions should be really responsible with their public platforms. And why the fuck would you listen to me on partisan gerrymandering? I don't fucking know anything about partisan gerrymandering. In the future, I am more than willing to learn and try to like go into it. But yeah, that's good. I just want to be clear because I think some people are like, well, why did you do that? And I want to be really clear about why I did that. It's not just like this intention to like escape. I mean, to be honest, you might think that I'm just being limp-wristed, but that's totally yours to think. But instead, what I'm going to do though is out of respect, I am going to send you guys off to Prime. I think that he beyond deserves his attention and views. Oh, there's a goblin crawling in from behind me. Hi. But I will be back on this week. I'm going to be gone all day tomorrow, but I will be back on Wednesday. I think we're going to do maybe a bit of a boring one. I'm going to be going over the basics of statistics again. I want to like touch up my skills on it. And a lot of people have been like, it would be really helpful to do stats with you. So we're going to do that. And everyone make sure that you give big shout outs to my husband. He's the one dropping off water and taking care of the dog while I do everything. So yeah, if you're curious about stats, come on in. If you think stats are fucking boring, I'm behind you. Get Destiny to watch that stream. I can't tell Destiny what to do. Destiny is a free bird. Yay, stats. Okay, off we go to Prime. Make sure when you jump in, everyone screams trash goblins. But not at anyone, even though there were some real trash goblins in there. Bye, guys. Start up my TikTok. I have a TikTok. Bye.